everybody. Don't be lazy. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Nothing in life is for free. Let's get some energy. Ooh, nice. We got an email from somebody. Wow, look at this. This is nice. Duktron Min. See, this is why I do this work. This is what I do. Let's get some big donations in chat, everybody. Kai, I've been waiting for you. Been waiting for a big donation coming from you. We got to read this email together. It's really cool looking email from a Vietnamese, and that's why I do this. I do this for the Vietnamese. I do this for the Chinese. I do this for the Taiwanese. I don't just do this for Americans. I'll tell you that right now. I can't stand these people. Yeah, you're as Hawaiian as I am Congolese, Kai Rasa. A lot of people don't know I'm 0.02% Congolese. There you go, CXL. All right, come on, let's do this. We thought that we learned how to walk, but actually we forgot how to crawl. Namo Sathaya, Namo the Buddha of all directions, Namo Dhammaya of all phenomena. I'm a little bit of a pleasure delayer as well, so that may inform some of my teachings. I have that aspect of being a pleasure delayer. So I'm not in a hurry to get that big payday. It'll come in its own time. Everything will come in its own time. Until then, I'll go slow. I'll be normal. I'll be normal. I'll be normal. I'm a normal person. 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 All right, let's read. Let's read this email. Let's read this email, okay? So this is an email from Detachment. He says, hello, my name is Duk. I really enjoy your videos, shorts, streams. They made me grow more curious about Buddhism. I have been in love with Buddhist teachings for years. I follow Pure Land Buddhism. I take refuge in Amitabha's vows and chant his name in Vietnamese often. Most of the Westerners here won't know about this. It's okay. Your videos have this very weird, uncomfortable, but also whimsical vibes to it. I try to build my faith in Buddhism as much as I can, so that's why I wanted to exchange some emails with you. I'm curious, what do you think of Amitabha, Pure Land Buddhism? I have a hard time believing. Great. Well, stay tuned, brother, and we can talk sometime. I don't know if you're in Vietnam now, but I am, and I'm very happy to meet you here in Vietnam. So this is an email from... I love the Vietnamese people. It's a good people. So yeah, any questions that you have about Buddhism or meditation? Oh yeah, welcome, Jack. And of course, I'm contractually reminded to encourage you to make a donation, make an offering, show your support in some way, whatever way it is. Not necessarily to me, but just in life. You take yourself too seriously. That's why you're easy to hate yourself. Serious people love hate. Serious people love anger. Serious people love non-practical, complicated thinking. And then being unserious, we think that means to be toxic or to be insincere. But you don't have to be insincere or toxic to not be quote-unquote serious. Taking life seriously. You know who takes life seriously? Benjamin Netanyahu. You can call any time, brother. You don't have to make a donation to call. Your call is by itself a donation. Call on in. Boy. May the Vietnamese donors find me. May the Vietnamese donors find me. May the wealthy Vietnamese donors find me. May the wealthy Chinese 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 donors find me. And another reason that it can be easy to hate ourselves is because we're relying on ourselves too much. We have to know how to detach from ourselves and rely on others. You know what I mean? To have mentors. It's like there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking someone to be your mentor. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. You identify that someone has some sense of depth, of compassion, of wisdom. Even you don't know what those words are, but you recognize that someone is like accessible and available to you and clearly has life experience and clearly isn't totally freaked out and disassociated, then that's someone who can be a part of your life. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. Yambung jing jime wana maya na yambung je jue na maya ma yambung je jue maya ma yambung je jue maya maya yambung je jue maya wa yambung je jue maya wa yambung je jue maya ma. Honestly, it doesn't seem like there's that many people on YouTube, like YouTube Shorts, that are interested in Buddhism or meditation or spirituality or enlightenment. So, this is called a longi, and this is what, it's very similar to what monks wear, Theravada monks, but it's a kind of the national dress in Myanmar for Burmese people. And I really like wearing this kind of clothing. So this is a Myanmar Vietnamese fusion of clothing. And the top shirt here is what Vietnamese men would wear when they go to visit the temple. Basically it means you're like a Buddhist layperson, loosely. It can also just be a type of fashion, but it's very oftentimes what, like I said, what they'll wear when they go to visit the temple for some ceremonies or just to practice, just to be in the Buddhist community. And the Myanmar people, the Myanmar men, they'll wear this everywhere. They'll wear this all the time. They'll wear the longi all the time. I'm not your normal, everyday, average person. You know what I mean? I'm not your average, everyday schizophrenic. I've traveled all over the world. I've met people from all over the world. I've had a lot of experiences that you probably, couldn't imagine. Police, do not call the police. I've heard about the Western bagpackers and things like that, and it's just, it's just the nonsense of the world. Don't think too much about it, don't look too much into it, because those are going to be people that are, not very intelligent or disassociated or going through mental health issues and things like that. So this is something that's well, Kira, if you can, you shave your head, make it into a wig, and send me your hair. I'd be very happy to receive. I know you've been thinking of some ways to practice generosity to your guru, to your spiritual teacher, and certainly that's a great way. I'd love to receive your hair, Kira, if you want to shave your head and get it turned into a wig. I don't know how much that costs, but I'd love to have 46 inches of your hair, of natural hair. What's your ethnic background, Kira? Well, do it. We'll get it shipped here. We'll pull all our resources to make sure that that hair is shipped safely and properly. What is your ethnic background? Oh, wow, that's how much it costs, right? To make a wig is like $1,000. Well, I don't think we're going to be doing that, but it's a nice sentiment. There's a lot of Christians in America, aren't there? A lot of Christians in America. Okay. I took a DNA test and I'm actually 0.02% Congolese. Think about that. Oh, you're welcome here, flamboyant. You know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And remember, everybody, questions should be put on the back of a $20, a $50, or a $100 bill. Don't expect your question to get answered for free. I just told you I'm 0.02% Congolese. And so one of the interesting things is how people aren't actually individuated, which means that they don't have a unique identity basically in any way at all. And that the identity that they think is their identity or like their unique identity is just an identity that's normal, common, average in the culture, in the society. So once we start to realize that we don't actually know who we are, that's when we can begin the process of exploration into looking into our direct experience. And when you start to actually look into your own direct experience, you begin to seek in some way meaningful experiences, not just to continuously disassociate and distract and like go on the track of what you're supposed to do and what you're expected to do. Flamboyant edits, don't come in here and be a dummy, all right? You come in here with respect or you don't come in here at all. Don't be ridiculous. Remember, the rapture is coming. No, there's no judgment in this. It's just like facts, because the judgment is in the idea that it's somehow bad, inherently bad, to not be individuated, like to not be an individual or to not have grown up properly. So it's not bad that anybody is traumatized or that anybody didn't grow up in the right way, in a way that a child needs to grow up. It's just a way that it is. You know what I mean? And then we say, oh, God, Satan, God, Satan. You don't think about Christianity that much. You don't practice meditation or prayer that much. You don't take refuge in Christ that much. You pray to God and ask Him to give you what you want, and then you use it as a way to justify your ego and your anger at other people and your judgment of other people and your worldview. So I would say if you're going to seek anything, seek meaningful experiences that are concerned with enlightenment, concerned with the ending of suffering, concerned with giving deeply and receiving deeply. Find a way to volunteer, sign up for the Peace Corps, go and explore. You know what I mean? Go and explore life and don't just stay stuck in the same box of complicated thinking and neglect that you grew up with. I mean, how many people here, let's raise our hands, how many people here would consider that neglect was a major part of their childhood? Put a W in the chat or put an emoji in the chat or something. See, so a lot of people have that experience. And so what a child actually needs to grow up properly is they need sustained attention with not just one adult, not just two adults, but a community of adults that are emotionally well regulated and can bring that child into a lot of meaningful experiences and engagement in life, going through rites of passage, spending time in community, having an opportunity to have your interests and your passions and things like that really supported. So it's not easy to raise a child. I know a lot of people from high school that I grew up with, they didn't go through any development in their life. Their development in life was, okay, I'm going to stop drinking beer and have a child. And yeah, children are very resilient, so they'll make it if they're fed and if they're supported in whatever way, they'll make it, right? But to really raise a child, you need a lot more than just not being a functioning alcoholic or going through a high school education, etc. You need a lot more than that. And of course, it's always good if um, does anyone know how to make a donation through Apple Pay? Is anyone familiar with Apple Pay in that way? We have someone who wants to send a donation through Apple Pay, but I'm not clear about how to make it happen. Oh no, Ross, this is very much Buddhist. It's just, it's contextual, right? So most of the people in this live stream are like not really there. So we make a donation to wallet from pay. I don't know what that means. I did get your message though, Black Mirror, and we will figure it out. I know the email is right. How to send money through Apple Pay. And you're welcome here, Ross. It's just that we're not in a hurry and that most of the people are not on that kind of timing. So like if I was leading a meditation, most of the people wouldn't stay here for even 5 seconds. You know, they'd run away as soon as they could. So we're kind of casting a wide net, and then people that really feel that deep resonant or connection, they just know that I'm here. They know that we're doing this kind of stuff. Apple Pay. So it says to use the Messages app by starting a conversation. But I didn't get the message that they sent through the conversation. Anyway, I know we're getting tuned out. And so we deal with the kind of same BS again and again and again. Some people speak up and they say, look, man, I get you were a Buddhist, I get you're a meditation teacher and all, but all you seem to do is focus on the trolls, you know, and deal with them. Yeah, imagine what I'm dealing with as the person who's actually here to teach, and then receiving you Ruris, who's pretending to be a psychiatrist. You know what I mean? No, Buddhists can't get married. Taoist master, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I haven't been to a pagoda. I've lived at monasteries for years and years and years and years. So, Nepal, but not China. China's not easy to go to. I got no idea what you're talking about, Eurus. Just take your nonsense and get on. There you go, Taoist Master. I love you too. And maybe there's this sense of a need to perform because I don't want to be abandoned. I want to act in a way and I want to be in a way where no one can abandon me, where no one will leave me. I think that deep down there is a fear, there is a sense of fear about being abandoned in an interpersonal way. Not very often. There's not many psychedelics here in Vietnam. All right, Emmanuel's calling in. It's just that Buddhism is a contemplative philosophy and Western philosophy is more like performative. Yeah, CJ, you're just not on that level. You've convinced yourself that you're a spiritual person, but you have nothing to do with training or testing. You're just a nobody. Taoist Master, we'll get there, brother. We'll get there, but it's going to take time. All right, Emmanuel, did you ever do your homework? I'm guessing not.
No.
Okay. CJ, I've done ayahuasca tons of times. CJ, you're just a dummy. Get out of here. You're an arrogant dummy that doesn't know what they're talking about. And this is the problem of people that kind of, and I wish I could reach more of these people, but it's that you want to be a spiritual person, you want to be a special spiritual person, and then you convince yourself that you're a special spiritual person. And it just doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? You're a poser, you're a faker, you didn't do the work, you just took a bunch of psychedelics and listened to crazy people on YouTube and TikTok and dreamed yourself into being some kind of special spiritual entity or person. Totally bullshit. What's your question, Brother Emmanuel?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Rob. Hopefully I'm not taking up too much of your time. But basically I've been watching a lot of your videos, doing some of the inner work over here, and I've been renouncing a lot of stuff. And I know that my old life is gone, but I keep getting hit with maybe past memories that I didn't really like, or moments where I felt uncomfortable or someone did me wrong, or at least the character brings those things up.
Yeah.
And I just want to get to a point where it gets fully integrated for me, because I know that basically I've woken up to the fact that, like you said, everything you ever knew was bullshit. And I know that a part of me knows that. Even in my dreams, I'll be doing something, and actively in the dream, I'm like, hey, this isn't me anymore. Like, this is something I used to do, way before. So, like, I know, or it knows that it's a waking up, but it's that part of me that just won't let go and just keeps bringing the old narrative. How do I integrate the new so that the old gets washed away?
Dear brother,
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying not to be I'm trying not to be a teacher. The newness is something that's just everywhere already. So like in our live stream where we have all these people going through cycles of this position and that position, and they say, oh, you're an ego guy, they're moving through all this, right? That the newness of what's happening is always already there. It's already finished. It's already complete. That true nature or that true self is already complete. You can't get closer to that or get farther away from that. It's that getting perspective of understanding this or getting this that is keeping you in this way of closer and farther away. Whereas in this, in what is already complete and already finished and already total, there is no closer or farther away. Immediacy, yeah, we can use the word immediacy. So it's just, there's a quality of alreadiness that is never not totally and completely new and is not based on anything else at all. There's no now as well. The now is just another getting. You see? It's just another additive now. There's no now, just like there's no past, just like there's no future. So it's a totally open door.
Would you say that you can replace the word now with here, or even that's...
No, it's not based in words. That's why I gave you homework. It's that's why I tell people to donate, because it's not based in any words. It's based in sacrifice, and it's also not based in understanding this. If you understand this, you're in the wrong. You see what I'm saying? So it's a big problem that has no answer. The problem itself is problemless. The issue itself is issueless. The self itself is selfless.
Empty.
It's empty and it's open and it's not, there's no script for it. There's no not script for it either, but it is already in everything. So if you say, that's what I try to emphasize, is if it's presented in a particular way, that particular way is refuting itself already, always. There's nothing here that can be solidified, right? But that sense of wonder, that sense of curiosity, that sense of questioning, that sense of resonance, that sense of not being in a hurry is really the teaching that's emphasized here, because this is also what I'm primarily interested in as a human being, as a person, which there's not really anybody here, but there's not really not anybody here either. It's just sounds.
I know. It's just when I ask for like words or specific phrases, that's just for the character to calm down. You know, I know that's not really me wanting to, hear a specific thing. That's just for that side of me to just kind of, go to its corner and, you know what I'm trying to say?
Well, there's a sense of disassociation that we're also trying to work out here. And really, you as a person are not going to be able to work through that unless you do the hard work, unless you learn the hard lessons. And, that's why I told you to go and see Master Yonghua.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to throw in or add before I let you go?
Just don't be in a hurry. I mean, I just don't be in a hurry, because I started in 2014 when I was 20, and I was psychotic. I was literally dealing with a mind that was infected and sick and dying. You know what I mean? Like I was going into psychosis and schizophrenia and paranoid delusions and trauma and anxiety and everything. Totally. And I went to live at this Zen Buddhist meditation center and faced my mind for hours and hours and hours and hours and hundreds of hours, living at this Zen meditation center for a year. And the most intense and most horrible experience of my life, spiritually and mentally and emotionally, etc., was in Bodh Gaya, India, earlier this year. You see what I'm saying? So all the idealism of how we're going to be liberated or get what we want or get our freedom, right, is kind of a false flag event. And it's supporting this way of disassociating, being in this discombobulated state. And the way that you intervene in that is just have some tea. Just see, just hear, just breathe without thinking about it. And that's this access to insight that allows you to give a good life. Now there's some dimensions here. So there's a dimension of like an all or nothing teaching that also says like everything is already done. And then there's another dimension of teaching that says, okay, that's fine enough, but I want to get to a higher level because I can recognize that my degree of suffering is unacceptable to me. And maybe even I can recognize that the degree of suffering in others and in the world is unacceptable to me. So I want to raise up my level. I want to do the work. And that is the Bodhisattva path, right? To put off your own comfort, to put off your own profit, to put off your own security to benefit others. To put your selfishness aside to help others. And we, in this way, we're becoming someone who's ready to sacrifice our lives. Everyone, put W's in the chat if you're ready to sacrifice your life, or you like that idea of self-sacrifice, of surrender, so that when life sacrifices itself in front of us, that's just impermanence, we say, hip, hip, hooray, I was prepared for this. When our loved ones pass away, when we get very sick, when we start to have a headache and then we find out that we've got a brain tumor at the hospital, we said, well, even if it's just intellectually, I readied myself for this truth of impermanence, this truth of sickness, this truth of old age, this truth of death, this truth of no separation, this truth of no thoughts in the face of thinking.
Okay. I will take that with me.
Yeah. So.
Thank you for taking help.
No, anytime, brother. You just let me know if something's going on. You can reach out. You can let me know.
Okay. Sounds good. Take care. Bye-bye.
Right. Love you, brother. Bye-bye. Let's get some big W's in the chat for our friend Black Mirror. Black Mirror has sent a donation through PayPal, and let's give a round of applause for Black Mirror's generosity. Thank you, Black Mirror. Americans have basically been taught that one of their rights in the Constitution is to understand everything and to know everything. You do not have a right to understand what's going on here. You do not have a right to understand who I am. Period. You do not have a right to understand my intentions. You do not have a right to understand my experience. It's not your right. Maybe it's your right in America to own a weapon. It's not your right to know who I am or what I'm about or what's going on here. And that can be shocking, but how is that shocking that you don't know everything, that you don't understand everything, that you're not in charge of everybody? How is that honestly shocking to you? It's unconscious, it's subconscious, it's how we live our lives. It's that arrogance and ignorance that Americans are known for. It's like you go to Thailand for a vacation or you go to Thailand to travel And then you're surprised, confused, offended, disturbed that people don't speak English. And people know how stupid that is, so they keep quiet about it nowadays. But people like that are like that all the time, coming from America. American people are famously not well-traveled, you know? I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. If anything, I'm here to help you feel uncomfortable, concerned with ending suffering. And I'm sorry, but just because you believe in God doesn't mean that you're an intelligent person. Just because you believe in God doesn't mean that you understand social dynamics, or that you understand economics, or that you understand what's going on in the world. This millions of people in America that think because they're Christian and because they watch Fox News, they're an expert on reality. It's ridiculous. It says in the Bible, it says, faith without actions is a dead faith. So what are your actions concerned with your faith? And I leave that up to you. I would be a great Christian preacher. People say, oh, this guy wants money, this guy's begging on YouTube for money. If I took a heel turn and I went back to America and I became a Christian preacher, buddy, I'm driving Lexus. I'm driving a Lexus. You better believe it, okay? From a Buddhist monk for 7 years to a crazy person to transforming his life in Christ, you'd be in big trouble, okay? I do this not because I can make money with it. I do this because this is what I love to do. Nothing is perfect, Kira. Be more open to nothing. It says in the Bible, faith without acts is a dead faith. That's what it says in the Bible. Faith without actions is a dead faith. American Christianity, I know, trust me. Listen, I'm somebody who likes to talk about Buddhism. I'm somebody who likes to talk with very serious Zen practitioners and Dzogchen practitioners and people who take Buddhism very seriously. It's not me that wants to talk to American Christians about Christianity. That's the last thing that I want to do in my life. Let's get that straight. But it's what I have to do, right? American Christianity is a broken lineage and a broken system and a broken tradition. Just don't know. Go, Kira, there's many guided meditations from many teachings and teachers, you know, go and listen to some of them. Ajahn Brahm, Thich Nhat Hanh. It means that it came out of, a lot of people don't know this about American Christianity, but its roots came out of like spiritualism. The people who, all right, a little bit of an American history lesson, okay? The people who came over from England and other places in Europe originally to America were not scholars and explorers and well-read people. They were low people that were dirty and at the edge of their rope and could be, you know, pushed to go to a place that was unknown because they weren't able to make it work out where they were. And some of these groups were even like spiritualist cults. Weird off-brand Christianity. So even if they were a bunch of good Christians, right? Those people came over to America originally and they started killing Native American children and eating them and making clothing out of them. I mean, this was a nightmare world. There's nothing Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. These people were fucking monsters. All right, whether or not the Native Americans were monsters or not, the people who originally came to America were vile human beings, monsters, okay? And then they perpetrated genocide and slavery to build America, to create what we know as America. Now, the religious context within that, what do you think that was? Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing you. I will give $5 for every child Indian that you bring me skinned alive. Lord, I lift your name on high. We're going to kill all the buffaloes so the Indian children stop. Lord, I lift your name. Black people are slaves and we can sell them and torture them and rape their children and their women. Lord, I lift your name. So it's fake. The American Christianity thing is built on fakeness and shallowness. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't be in a deep and meaningful relationship with Christ and with God, but what it means is that we do not have a tradition. We do not have a deep and meaningful tradition of American Christianity and exceptionalism in America. The whole, Lord, I lift your name on high. The person who sung that song was standing on millions of bodies of genocided Native Americans and black slaves that were tortured to death. Nicholas, you can call it Dzogchen, you can call it Chan, you can call it Zen, and this is just common speak. This is just like common sense speak. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to make you do anything for those Christians. I'm just saying this is what American Christianity came out of. Period. And the reason that this is common speak and makes sense is because there's a part of us that knows that trees don't grow overnight, even though we've been totally disconnected from the land. So American Christianity, Jesus didn't come down from the sky in 2010 and say, this is America. And we said, yes, we're American Christians. It came from a tradition. It came from a lineage. You see what I'm saying? And American Christianity has come from a fringe place. American Christianity has come from a culture of spiritualists. You know that guy, Mormon James or Joe Smith or whoever he was who found golden tablets and then went to the town and started a whole state and a whole village in Utah and stuff like that? That was the common sense mentality of Americans when it came to religion and spirituality at that time. They just believed any bullshit that they came across. They believed any bullshit that they came across, and they were fucking killing and enslaving and genociding Native Americans. And I thought the idea is that the people in the north and the people on the coasts, right, the people on the East Coast and the people on the West Coast are the degenerate, not real Christians and fake moral people, right? Well, where did the real Christianity come from? It came from the South. What was the South doing in recent American history? Torturing and enslaving and raping black children and women and everybody. So where did American Christianity come in? Oh, it came out of 2010 when Jesus came back, when Donald Trump came to save us. It doesn't make any sense. So there's a total disconnection from common speak in America, where you've got all these fake people reading from a teleprompter, putting out nonsense to you, and you just eat it up and believe it. Now let's get some big W's in the chat for truth. It doesn't make sense. I don't make sense because what you've been fed is garbage. The food that you've been eating intellectually, and I know a lot of Christian people and people in the Midwest, whatever, they say intellectual bullshit, that's fine, right? But the food that you've been eating spiritually has also been contrived, processed bullshit. That's the way that it is. So I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to make you do anything. I'm just sharing common sense. And the notion that your spiritual life or your relationship with God has something to do with defending Donald Trump or defending like American Christianity is just proving my point. It's just none of your business. Who cares, man? You need to look at your own life. You need to deal with your own life. And we put people like Charlie Kirk on a pedestal. That's an American standard. I mean, Donald Trump is the president. How are you going to talk to people about Charlie Kirk not being Martin Luther King Jr. when Donald Trump is the president of the country? People are out of it. And I'm not saying that from the perspective of a leftist, some kind of Democrat, leftist, social justice warrior. That's not what I'm saying. Because you're right in that. If you call me out and you say, don't even try it, you leftist, political, Democrat, nonsense person, right? But in terms of common speak, Donald Trump is the president, Donald Trump is the pinnacle of American excellence, okay. So you just don't think so much and don't focus so much on like what Jewish people are doing in general, or what black people are doing in general, or what anybody is doing in general. You take responsibility for your own life. You take responsibility for your own experience. You take responsibility for your own sincerity. Take responsibility for your own mind. It doesn't matter what other people are doing. It matters what you're doing. Moment by moment, what are you doing? Moment by moment, what kind of mental actions are you taking? Moment by moment, what kind of verbal actions are you taking? Moment by moment, what kind of physical actions are you taking? Cause and effect is real. Be careful. I'm glad to hear it, LJ. I did meet him once, and I don't think it would be possible to convince him to disrobe. At least not by my power. And the fact of the matter is that if we get overloaded, if we get exhausted, like right now I'm looking at some of the comments and I'm thinking, these people are pitiful. Their level of awareness of themselves is pitiful. Their level of awareness about others is pitiful. And not even that, but their operating principle for how they engage in situations is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. And I can get really worked up, like, how in the hell can people be, I felt that in my heart, how can people be this stupid? Like, what the hell is going on? Right? But I already know the reason for that is just because people have lost connection with awareness. People have lost connection with nature. People don't even know that they have a body anymore. They've given their entire attention and their entire mind to the screens, to the technology, to the thinking. They don't even remember that they have a body. So I'm also here to maybe try to extend, even though it can be difficult to see, only certain perceptive people can see, but I'm extending out a standard here. A standard for being aware, and also a standard for the operating principles and how we engage in a way that's not totally discombobulated, totally disconnected from any kind of practicality or any kind of intimacy, right? Because the reason that we build up these big, ridiculous ideas that don't have anything to do with what we know or what we have experience with, and then we hold on to them, is because we're afraid of being vulnerable. We are afraid of not knowing. We are afraid of not understanding. And I'm here to say that you don't have to be afraid to just be aware. Just closing your eyes. Becoming aware of your body. Becoming aware of your breathing. Notice not seeing. Look at not seeing anything. Having your eyes closed, aware of your breathing. There may be a thought that the chat is going. People are sending messages. But those messages are not seen. Those messages that are, quote unquote, not seen are just a thought in your own mind. Because you believe that thought to be real, the messages become real. Even the people who are listening to my voice and acting foolish, sending messages, become real. They can feel their reality in the saying that those messages are going on outside of my direct experience. But if you can rescind, take back your involvement with belief, those messages can cease to exist. Go back to the breathing. Go back to the awareness of the body. Just sit, just breathe. Just receive, just experience. Instead of compulsive thinking, instead of adding extra thought after extra thought after extra thought, give that thinking energy to your breathing. Feel the breathing in all of its directness. All right, let's get some big W's in the chat for Chinath, becoming a monk life supporter. That's one of the things that I am transitioning into is, of course, the live streams are free for everyone, but for those people that want to have access to the recordings of the live streams, you can become a member here on the YouTube channel, and it's only like, it's $5 a month or something, so it's not too much. Thank you, Jeanette. It's not too difficult to travel. You just have to be open and curious. You know what I mean? Openness and curiosity to explore, to look deeply. No, don't feel bad, LJ. And that's one of the things that people can do as well, is they can gift memberships. So I think there's an option to gift memberships in the chat as well. Some people have done that before, and can be very useful. Homeless Blue Jay, it's very important to understand that the majority of voters and the majority of people that watch like Fox News, a large majority, are our elders. So our grandparents, basically, or our parents that are, getting into their 50s and 60s. And I think about my grandmother and grandfather who both have heart issues. Now, politics runs on greed. Do you not know that? Are you that fucking dumb? Politics runs on greed and corruption. Politics runs on anger and rage. Politics runs on bullshit. So Fox News, not as a public broadcasting network to share and inform people about what's going on, Fox News is a political propaganda tool of billionaires and millionaires that force your grandparents to feel anger and rage and greed and fear about things that have nothing to do with their lives. The only question for the government and that the news should be asking and reporting on is, where the fuck is our money going? Where are our taxes being spent? When's the last time you heard that on the news? When's the last time your friendly neighborhood political propagandist said, where's the tax dollars going to? Not political, not fake social politics about worrying about gay people or worrying about trans people. Don't we all know what those millionaire and billionaire Republicans or Democrats are doing with their little friend Jeffrey Epstein and all that kind of stuff? So the reason that those identity politics are pushed out is to make two sides argue with each other. The reason that the politics of making people feel fearful, angry, greedy, and just talking about nonsense is so that those people's minds will be mush, and then they can easily control who they vote for in smaller and larger elections. That's it. It's not that complicated. And the confusing part of it, and this is why people can get into conspiracies very easily, and this is also a wisdom element, but basically it's people's unconscious tendencies or unconscious drives. So like Donald Trump is a greedy, very sexual, very lust and anger kind of go together, and a very kind of a bullshit artist. He's a salesman, right? So this greed, anger, or lust and delusion, not just in Donald Trump, but in political leaders in general, push everything in a particular direction. They make a kind of wave or a motion of things going in a particular direction. And then corporations full of millionaires and billionaires and super wealthy people that don't even begin to care about you, just like Donald Trump doesn't care about you, not because he wouldn't like to, he would probably like to, he can't. He was born with a golden spoon up his ass. His entire life has been surrounded by millionaires and billionaires. The last person he'd want to deal with in the world is some middle-class white trailer trash person or whoever, or a black. He doesn't care if they're black or white. He cares if they're wealthy or not. So this tide of momentum of greed, anger, and delusion can then be exploited by corporations to get a little movement of that money and a little movement of all of our tax dollars to go in their direction, all the while their ignorance, their negativity, their poison from their money-making endeavors is being flowing out into our cities, into our streets, into our education systems, etc. That's what's going on. And there's no easy solution to it. The real solution is to work on the greed, anger, and delusion within yourself. I think Tucker Carlson was saying how, the truth is that the real devil suffering or negativity is within ourselves. That's just an outward example of the negativity that we have in ourselves. And we do have to work on that so that we can become empowered to do meaningful actions and things like that. Don't even think about it, LJ. Focus on your meditation. Focus on listening to Dharma talks. Focus on your generosity. Focus on your virtue. And focus on your mindfulness. Being aware. Remembering to just come back to being aware. That's one of the tricks. That's one of the spells that are casted on Americans. That you're a secret millionaire. That you're a secret political leader. That you're a secret war general, that you're a secret philosopher, that you're a secret millionaire money manager, that you're a secret CEO. You are none of those things. You are a serf. You are a plebeian, or what do they call it? A plantation worker, basically. Compared to the millionaires and the billionaires, you're just a plantation worker, a peasant. That's it. We can't intellectually understand a lot of things. That's also a major part of my teachings here and my work here. There's many things that cannot be intellectually understood. For example, we can't intellectually understand how a tree grows. Especially one of those 500-year-old, Yeti sumac trees or whatever the hell it is, right? The Yukon trees, right? Spellcrafter, you're a retarded idiot, okay? Newsflash, you're a retarded idiot, okay? Listen, please, closely to what I'm saying. One of the big things that we cannot intellectually understand, okay, is differences in money. The reason that Americans are not protesting in the street, the reason that Americans are not overthrowing the government in one way or another, I'm not talking about Republicans and Democrats, right? Is because we cannot understand intellectually, our brains cannot process how much money these people have. What's the difference for you? I had somebody message me, said, I donated $10 and I barely have $5 to go to the gas station. Okay, I'm sorry that you're an idiot. What do you want me to do about that? You're going to blame me for that you don't know how to manage your money? It's not my fault. I didn't force you to do anything. The reason that people act like this is because imagine the difference in money. Hold on, slow down. You have to slow down because you really get excited with this, right? Slow down. Imagine the difference in money between someone who has $100 in their bank account and is paying their bills to get by and then getting $1,000. That is a crazy difference. That's a godsend. That's a hallelujah. That's a praise Jesus. That's gold's fallen from the sky. Is it not? Is it or is it not? Now, take that person who has $1,000, hi in Thailand. Take that person who listen, shut your fucking mouth and listen closely. Take that person that has $1,000 and is paying their bills, and now give them $10,000. Your brain explodes. The government gives you $10,000. Your head explodes. That's an incomprehensible amount of money. Totally incomprehensible, totally unthinkable for that to happen to somebody, right? Now take someone with that $10,000 and give them another $10,000. Wah! Give them $20,000. Wah! Give them $30,000. Wah! Totally brain exploding. Is that true or not? So money has exponential effects on a person's lived experience. And every one of those fucking fake bullshit politicians is just a person, is just a human being. Or in America, corporations are human beings. Don't get distracted. They're just a human being. So how in the fuck can we sit down and say whip-de-doo-de-da-de-dee when they're walking around with millions of dollars? It's unfathomable. It's uncomprehensible. That is why people are not out in the streets protesting. That is why people live in poverty while there are hundreds and thousands of millionaires in the United States of America, because we cannot comprehend the difference in wealth. It's uncomprehendable. And then they say, well, look at that homeless person. To them, you are a homeless person. You don't have $10K to drop. You don't have $20,000 to spend on a vacation. You don't have $50,000 to buy a bag to carry around you. You are the homeless person. And instead of you looking up to them, they're telling you to look down at them. That's how they get away with what they're doing. You can't really work with the particularities because it's way beyond your capacity to comprehend. It takes a revolutionary perspective. Now, in the same way is this belief in a self, this belief in a personal identity that is separate from the world. It is uncomprehendibly not true. It is so in your face that you cannot see it. So anyway, it takes a lot of time to work up to that. We're not rushing anything here. I like politics, I like money, I like beautiful women, I like fast cars, I like gold and jewelry. So let's work on the easy stuff first. Then we'll work to... There's no such thing as what if someone worked hard for that $1 million. Do you understand that? That's one of the tricks. Worked hard. Go back to being a human being and not being a capitalist, corporate, I've got to defend millionaires. Oh yeah, you've got to defend millionaires, Mr. Poor Man. Yeah, that's what they need you to do, is to defend them in their $1 million house, on their $1 million yacht, while they're exploiting the entire country endlessly and limitlessly, while they're poisoning our water. And manipulating our children and putting them through a bullshit schooling system that they're working to make less, to dismantle even more, so that their kids can live in $1 million houses. Let me put something straight to you right now. There's no such thing as $1 million. That's what I was talking about before. It is uncomprehendable. As a human being, if you're a god, if you're a deity, if you're some kind of corporate overlord or some kind of political leader or something like that, okay, I guess it's comprehensible, right? But for a human being, there's no such thing as $1 million. Imagine if someone gave you $1,000 right now. I don't know what your financial situation is. Let's say that you've got $100,000 in the bank. That's a hell of a lot of money. You can live the rest of your life basically anywhere in the world, in wonderful places around the world, with just that money, right? Imagine if someone gave you another $100,000. It's not comprehensible. Someone would never do that, right? That's how valuable money is to human beings. So $1 million is it's not money, it's authority. So how does someone work for that much authority? That's called being royal, okay? We don't have capitalism in America. Everything is a monopoly. The cars are a monopoly, the internet apps are a monopoly, the gas and electric is a monopoly, the food places are a monopoly. Everything, it is exactly authority, you fucking retard. Get out of here. It's not authority. You can go wherever you want, you can do whatever you want, you can be whoever you want, you can live wherever you... Everything, how is that not authority? Everything in America that makes big money is a monopoly. Everything. You can't even open a restaurant in America because everybody is so brain rotted that they're addicted to McDonald's and Burger King. There is no capitalist American dream. It's a system of royalty. It's a system of wealth that began with America. Do you understand that the American Revolution began when the dudes who happened to be wealthy and landowners in America said, wait a minute, fuck the English. They can't get over here. It's hell to get over here. We'll say that this is all our stuff. And then they went along in the process of genociding these beautiful natural people. Beautiful one. I'm not saying that there wasn't wars, there wasn't violence, or there wasn't bad things, but this was incredible culture, incredible people, incredible nature. Okay? American culture was built on, I'll give you $5 for a scalp of a Native American, and you know what? I'll throw in another dollar if you kill buffaloes and let them rot in the plains. That's American culture. That's what it came from. I'm not saying we should feel bad about being American. I'm saying we should see how dumb America thinks that we are, the people who are in control of America. And that's how it works this way, man. You know, these scams of you sell, you know, the only way that you can maybe get lucky in America is buy a bunch of stuff from China that's super cheap and then get a bunch of dumb people to buy it for very expensive. Every single big business in America is a monopoly. There is no American dream. There's an American dream for individuals that you might get lucky to have a ranch or a big house and a nice car and whatever, but how about our communities? And when we say how about our communities, we point up, not down. We point towards the money, not towards what gay people are doing. Who cares? Why do you want to deal with that? What trans people are doing? It doesn't mean you need to like it, but it's not where the money is. It's not where the power is. It's identity politics to keep you distracted from collaborating, communicating, organizing, and frankly, just from being a good human being. Because once you start being a good human being, you raise up your level of standard of communication and relationship. You say, those teachers are teaching our kids to be gay. Well, what do you think they're going to teach them? You're paying them $20,000. You're paying them the salary for a McDonald's worker. Who do you think's going to be teaching? And even that is just a narrative for you to be in conflict with a group that is very small and ultimately does not have much money. And then we look to somebody like Donald Trump. I mean, how crazy can it get? How oxymoronic can it get? American Christians who are very, totally fake morality, but they say, we're morality, we're morality. And you're worshiping, you're literally comparing to Christ this billionaire playboy, Jeffrey Epstein, multi-level marketing salesman, like Howard Stern chatting playboy guy. Donald Trump is worse than Hugh Hefner. What if you elected Hugh Hefner? You might as well have elected Hugh Hefner to be the president of the United States. At least he's consistent. Hugh Hefner's White House would be a lot more genuine than Donald Trump's White House. You can't just say Christ and then be right. Primarily because America is not a religious country. People don't care that much about religion in America. They care about getting a loan for the new car. They care about having the right smartphone. They care about disassociating from being in community and isolating themselves and consuming. Generally. The next person who makes a donation, I would invite you to make a donation through gifting memberships rather than just a straight donation through a super chat. Then other people can become members. So, yeah, it's a lot of interesting thoughts, but really it comes back to ourselves and our own lives and the relationship that we have with ourselves and the relationship that we have with the people who are around us. You start by being a better human being by being more generous, which means you put yourself aside by recognizing what has value to you and giving that away and offering that to others and sharing that with others. It's like we've almost been tricked in America to think that greed is generosity. So someone might think, okay, I'm going to be generous with my son who's going through depression by talking to him about Donald Trump, that I love, that how much I love Donald Trump and how much I love what Charlie Kirk did and how wrong it was. And then I get myself into a kind of paranoid, angry fit of nonsense to my depressed son. And that's my way of practicing generosity. No, it's a way of self-sacrifice. It's a way of giving. It's a way of deep listening. It's a way of deep sharing. And you can start by making a donation or making an offering or volunteering in some way. Honestly, a 40, 50-year-old white man who took this kind of advice and said, I'm going to now take time away from my family and away from my job to volunteer at the local soup kitchen, your life would probably get way fucking better and you'd become a better man by doing that. It's that easy, it's that simple when it comes to our humanity, to remembering our humanity, to remembering our goodness. We just need to find a way to give. We need to find a way to volunteer. We need to find a way to do good deeds, to create blessings in our life, to cultivate clarity in our lives. Generosity is the key. Whether we like it or not, whether it's convenient or not. Brother, the people who are out there speaking on podiums, reading from a teleprompter are not really there. You know what makes somebody really there? The father that picks you up from school. The football coach that gives you a drink of water until you, instead of making you pass out and die from being dehydrated during 2-a-days. That's what an authentic person is. So these people, even if they would like to care, which probably they wouldn't, they're probably disgusted by normal people. Okay? They cannot. They're too egoic, they're too greedy, they're too delusional, they're too angry, they're too disassociated, they're too disconnected. These people have nothing to do with you at all, and their job is to exploit you. Period. That is literally their job. Donald Trump is an empty vessel, not for Jesus, but for lobbyists from corporations and weird, crazy, old political billionaires that have some crazy social agenda and want to manipulate people. Do you understand that? Donald Trump is not there. Do you not get that? He's 90 years old. He's been spending his life as a billionaire playboy, traveling around the world, doing God knows what with maybe with Jeffrey Epstein. With Jeffrey Epstein, we know that he spent a lot of time with him, going all right. So, how are you going to find an 80-year-old, even who's been living a good life and working on a farm or whatever, who's ready to manage a McDonald's, let alone a country? Donald Trump is an empty vessel for manipulation by invested parties that have a lot of money, period. That's it. There's no wisdom. There's no compassion. There's no deep consideration. There's no thinking about things. He wakes up. I imagine how I wake up. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, geez Louise, I need a Coca-Cola to get started. Imagine how a 90-year-old morbidly obese friend of Jeffrey Epstein who's dyeing his skin orange wakes up in the morning. You can't begin to imagine how disassociated this guy is, how gone this guy is. No offense to him. I love Donald Trump just as much as anybody else does. But what I'm saying is that it's very confusing and unmanageable if you're putting all these attention-based value in these people that have nothing to do with you that don't care about you, even if they could, which they couldn't, instead of taking care of your heart, coming back to your body, connecting with your breathing, connecting to just being aware of your surroundings, and then working in your surroundings in a way of kindness, in a way of generosity, in a way of forgiveness. Trust me, this is a message that political people do not want you to hear. If I had hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands is unrealistic, but if I had thousands and thousands of people here right now, I would be in big trouble. Trust me about that. You think there's aliens, Donald Trump's being controlled by, you think those people are in trouble? I'd be in big trouble if this had a big audience. Big trouble. In ways that you can't imagine. Start by giving what you don't want to give. If you start by giving what you want to give, then you're never going to give much. You're just going to give in to your ego. If you don't want to make a donation to me now for these teachings, for my guidance and support, then make one. If you want to make a donation, if you need to make a donation because this is my guy, then don't. So break through. Really, that is a clear message, isn't it? And I really mean that. If you want to, okay, yes, I want to make a donation, I want to make it, then don't. Then detach from that. And if you say, no, I can't, I shouldn't, then make a donation, then break through. Okay? Break through attachment with generosity. Now look at this. We have a Chinese infiltrator. Look at this. Chengzhu Pang. And I don't even know if I love Chinese people because I haven't spent much time there. But this is clearly a Chinese infiltrator. I disagree. Trump is a wonderful person. Our president working for our growth. I think that person is literally trying to infiltrate. %. When we get angry, we poison our bodies. That's the real poison. That's the real fluoride. Why do you have a Chinese username then? And why haven't you made any donations, Chengzhu Peng? All right, everybody, let's welcome young Avatar to the Monk Life supporter team. Super Kami Guru, brother, detach, abandon thinking. It just is what it is. Young Avatar did not want to give that, did not want to donate that, but he went beyond his stinginess. That's one of the big things that gets us into a lot of trouble as well, is stinginess. So there's a famous Buddhist monk, a really cool Buddhist monk in New Jersey named Bhante Sudaso. And he was once asked this question, because as a Buddhist, you can't steal. You're not allowed to steal as a Buddhist, right? And so someone asked him about pirating, like pirating movies, torrenting software, movies or TV shows, and he said, I'm not sure if you could really put this into the definition of stealing or not stealing, but why don't you look at it another way? Do you have that to give? Are you on the edge of your rope where you can't spend $5 for a movie And so what you might actually be cultivating there, or do you have access to that, right? A lot of times it's a lack of access to a particular piece of media, so we have to torrent it. But if you do have access to it, are you just cultivating being stingy? And that's not a good thing you want to cultivate. All right, Brother Darren, what's going on?
I see.
now. You answered. Okay, I got you on the live stream. How are you?
I'm okay. What can I do for you today, Darren?
Oh, I don't need anything done for me. Here, let me close my YouTube so I can hear you more clearly.
Yeah.
No, I don't need anything done for me today.
This is the guy.
Because I already have it all.
This guy, Darren, this is the guy who says he wants to start a meditation center in Thailand that he wants me to help him set up, and he's also claimed that he's going to send me $1,000 for a silver chain. But we don't really know what.
$1,000 would do you better.
Well, let's see it.
Yeah, we're gonna get that to you. You just stand by there, brother. You stand by. Understand that this is the end of the line for thinkers.
Well, this is the end of the line for you, Darren. Iffy guy. I don't know what he's on, and I'm not going to waste my time with that. So someone asked about ego death and explaining ego death. It's kind of like seeing this, not just seeing this screen, but like seeing your surroundings right now and realizing that this is all there is. But that realizing that this is all there is just the isness of it. You see what I'm saying? It's not anything special. It's not anything particular that someone experiences or that it is a particular experience. It just is as it is already. No, I'm not wasting my money or my time on Darren. I just, he's got to work things out on his own time. Definitely. Yeah, exactly, Cheeky. And so I don't really have time for that. And he's because this is someone who's got a lot of the money in the bank and a lot of money, a lot of resources. And I've met some other people like this. So anyway, this guy has a paid off house. He's getting thousands and thousands of dollars a month. And he's approaching me and saying, hey, I love everything you do. You're my teacher. You're my dude. I love this work. I love these teachings. How can I support you? What can I do? And I said, well, there are some members of our community that make like a monthly donation, make an offering to support me because this is my job. This is my livelihood. And the closer we get to risky business, the closer we are to real meditation, frankly, whether we like it or not. And I said, so I get, if you want to support, you can. This guy sent me $10 or $5, I think it was, on Cash App. And he said, have a good time. Get yourself something nice. Huh? No offense. And it's just, there's something that that's going on there that I'm not really in a position to try and deal with. You know what I mean? I mean, could you be more of a clown than that? I don't know what that guy's on. I don't know what he's doing. So, and then he was offended when I said that before, and then he was like, how dare, you just want money, listen, I don't know what you're doing, bud, but if you think I'm a guy on the street corner begging for your money, then just let me be that guy and keep walking on your way. And then he also wants me to lead a meditation center and help him build a meditation center. And I told him, okay, where are you? What planet are you from? That's going to cost money. I'm not just going to go and be your slave because you like me or you agree with me I think the part of it might be, I don't know, but a part of it might be that he feels like he's doing me a favor by seeing me as a teacher. I don't give a fuck if you see me as a teacher or not. I don't give a fuck if anybody sees me as a teacher or not. It's a burden, it's a responsibility that I'm willing to take on to work with people and help people. You know, it's not my problem that you don't know how to manage your finances. It's not my problem that you know, your way of expressing generosity to them is to flick a $5 in their face and say, buy something nice. Someone who you're saying is your teacher. Just like I talked with someone earlier today they get $7,000 a month for the rest of their life because they're retired and this and that. $7,000 for the rest of their life. And they've put themselves, and this has been going on for a while, and they're somehow in a situation where they have $300 in their pocket, and they're whining about how are they going to be able to afford anything when they're getting $7,000 a month. So I'm not here to figure out how stupid you are in dealing with your personal life. I'm not here to be disrespected. And I'm definitely not here to be put in this position where you think you're doing me a favor by seeing me as your teacher. It's a little bit egoic, Homeless Blue Jay. It's kind of like young men who listen to some social media influencer who gives advice, or like spiritual people who do one meditation retreat and now their way of generosity is that they're trying to teach spirituality to other people. It's just a little bit iffy. Now, what you could do is you could use your tool to support people that are more experienced than you, concerned with generosity, concerned with enlightenment, concerned with spirituality. You could collaborate with me, for example, as an action of generosity to create some music that's related to enlightenment or related to the ending of suffering. But when it comes to you being like a 16-year-old guy, it's just an analogy, and you've been influenced by this self-help guru guy who tells you to work out and be strong, and then you hear me and I say, hey, you should do good deeds, you should try to help others, you should try to practice generosity, and then you go around giving advice to a lot of people, other 14-year-old boys, that's maybe more connected to your ego than it is with actually self-sacrifice or generosity, right? So why can I do this? How can I do this? Well, you know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I sacrificed my life. Hey, 'tis what it is, getting a gift membership. You know, I sacrificed my life to know about real spirituality. I've attended many intensive meditation retreats. I've studied with many meditation masters around the world. And I'm taking on a lot of responsibility and a lot of risk and a lot of suffering by doing this work and doing this teaching. Not to say I don't love it, but I'm putting myself in a position of vulnerability, in extreme vulnerability, to try and help and to try to give. I've got nothing against Darren. He's just kind of a ridiculous person, and I don't know what, you know, I don't know what to do for him at this point. I tried to work with that ridiculousness and kind of get him to blossom out and say, hey, but he's just kind of turned it into another weird thing. Because the money doesn't really matter. I mean, what would the difference be if I was a millionaire or I had $100,000 in the bank to my situation now? I had, you know, bills and stuff, it's maybe $600 a month or $800 a month or something like that. You know what I mean? To have an apartment, to have food, to rent a bike, to pay for visa, you know, different expenses come up, God forbid, medical issues. So what's the difference going to be? So money is a lot less important to me than it is to many people here probably. mainly because I've experienced life outside of money. Being a monk for 7 years, living in spiritual communities where it's not necessary. It's nice, you can order on Amazon what you want, but it's not necessary at all. And oftentimes it's a big distraction. Oftentimes money is just a big distraction that never ends. And your greed for money actually keeps you from using that money to go outside of yourself and to explore, you know, to break through your boundaries and your barriers. I'm not addicted to anything. It doesn't mean that there aren't habits here. Hey, Vidman, Hoggy, just the person I wanted to receive a gift membership. There you go, Hoggy. Everything's coming to fruition, step by step. It's a lot of openness. It's a lot of challenging, a lot of mistakes. Probably not, Vidman. Probably not, but I sure hope it does. What country are you in, FBI? Maybe I'll come over there and see you. Bye-bye. That's right, Nick. Latvia. I don't know if I'm going to go to Latvia, but... Based on nothing. You can see, homeless, how your ego is making you so stupid. You're not responding to what I said about it. You're just saying, music is a wonderful thing. Music lifts people up where they belong. All they need is music. Shut up. Take your music and shove it. Just take your shitty music and shove it up your ass. Nobody cares about your crappy music. It's happening now. The rapture is happening now. Tis what it is. Be nice. Be kind. Just because I do something doesn't mean that you can do it. Right now. There seems to be a kind of peace in ourselves that's only accessible when we let all the things, all the thoughts, all the sights, all the sounds that we're involved with go. Not let go, but let all those things go. They go on their own. All the thoughts, all the things go on their own. And then there's this, seems to be this more intimate, direct, accurate experience of what you would call yourself. So be with that really deep and direct experience of yourself. And that's something that nobody can trick you, nobody can manipulate you, nobody can disrespect you. I haven't lived in America for many years, my friends. I don't have a P.O. box. No, Spartan, there's not. Yeah, it's okay, Blue Jay. I mean, good luck. What do you want? What do you want from me? Good luck with sharing your music to the world as a dancing queen or whatever. What drugs are you taking? Why don't you give me a call, LJ, sometime? Give me a call on WhatsApp, all right? Okay, then shut up. I don't want anything. Just shut up. Really, you smoke crack. Well, send me a message on WhatsApp. We'll have a call sometime, and we'll see if we can do anything about it. We've all got a long, long way to go. You know what they used to say back where I came from? If you don't smoke crack, you don't know Jack Black. I believe I'm starting to feel a little bit tired. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes. Because I woke up at midnight and I think I had some yogurt, and I said, wait a minute, I've got something to give the world. I've got a song to sing. And I grabbed my iPhone and I grabbed my tripod and I grabbed my microphone and I went live and I said, I'm here. I grabbed my tea, I made some tea. This has been sitting in the fridge for days, but it's good. It's good, it is. You know what I mean? And yeah, don't take it personally. I mean, what are we supposed to do here? What are we here to do? Everybody's always asking me, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Why aren't you doing this? Why are you doing that? What's going on? You know, let me ask that. What are we doing here? Nothing to do is always coming in here, offending me, insulting me. He must be like from Pakistan or something. Nothing to do must be from Pakistan. This is not a wig, this is my real hair. It all means potatoes. Who the hell are you talking to, Brandon? See, this is one of the stupid things that we say because sometimes life itself brings you down. Sometimes you need to be pointed to how down you are. That's how you get raised up. In many ways. Sounds good to me, Nick. It's just not good. And you know that and I know that. It sounds good. It wouldn't be good for me if I woke up and had a bong rip. I'd have a panic attack. I'd become schizophrenic. Coke would be the last thing on my mind. I'd be worried about the people outside of my apartment sending subliminal messages to me. You know what I mean? That's not right. That's not a good thing to bully and get kicks out of others, of course. But when somebody says, look, that's a stupid thing to do, you can accept that and you can make that into something valuable. You can make that into living your life in a good way. And ultimately, Brandon, we can't depend on our bullies. And bullies teach us not to depend on the external environment, but sometimes that becomes corrupted because we don't know how to depend on our internal environment of awareness. I ate salmon and greens and rice, sushi rice. Yeah, FBI is my kind of guy. Right, Noah, that's right, with the weed. But it would take a while for me. I'm not in a weed environment. I've been there. I've been to the mountaintops of Dab Island. You know what I mean? Okay, world, I was going to ask if you want to be stupid, but I can see that you already are. Dummy. I've been to the top of Dab Mountain. I've woke up and not just hit a bog, but ripped that dab rig. And I was at the point where I would rip those dabs and then I'd go to work. And then I'd be on my lunch break and I'd rip those dabs. And I'd go home and I'd rip dabs until I've Passed out. I've been to some DMT realms. I went to a gizmo healing realm once on DMT. Come back to reality. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Anybody here been to the gizmo realm? I've seen all kinds of things. It's a healing realm. It's got like a blue, black drop, and there's all these gizmos in there. Like refined technological gizmos and things. I can still see it. It's imprinted. It's like a pro-trauma, right? Instead of a trauma, it's a anti-trauma. Or maybe it's more of a neutral trauma. Anyways. My foot up your ass is going to exist if you don't get it together, medieval duck. Totally different animals, Bert. That's why you are the way you are, Bert, because with all that salvia. Enough, Nick. We're not smoking your bong rip. We're not passing the bong around, Nick. Yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. here. Two big pieces of salmon here, I think pretty fresh, was just like two big fresh, I should have took a picture, is like $7. Contraction to release. Go and enjoy it. Well, Diego, then let's start getting some European donations in here. You are to practice not understanding anything forever. That's your samaya. Don't understand anything forever. You do it or you get out, Diego. This is your final warning. This is your last chance. Blissful contraction, good. And then into the release of that naturally. If you can, it's better to sit up and do it because then you won't fall asleep. That's what I've heard. I haven't really found that to be true. I like to lay down and just release. No, I care deeply about this. But this is not something in particular. This is not a thing. All right, we're going to count down before I send a psychic power to Diego to force or to punish him for not making a donation. Are you ready? You asked for it, Tiago. You wanted the big guy. Here he is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't make me do this, Diago. I want to see euros popping up on that super chat. Do not make me do this. Diago, do not make me do this. Do not make me do this, Diago. Fred, you're going to give me a job application? Just somebody make a donation already so I can go to sleep. Please, someone. No, Diago, I would never wish anything bad to happen to you. You're my brother. Let's say $100 cash, Christina Vlahos, or 100 euros would even be better. Let's get a 100 euro donation and then I will go to sleep. Come on. Let's count it down. You can do this, Christina. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Just super chat. Just press the button on your screen and you make the donation, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yum jing ji jima yum jing ji jima yum jung 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 ji jima yum jum jing jima yum jum jing jima That's only the beginning. Come on, everybody. Kay Quigley is setting up a wave of donations. May this donation bring a wave of donations. Come on, Christina, you can do this. Do not mention the Gorgonites in this live stream. Come on, everybody, we're throwing our money into the fire. We're burning our money in the fire to create the spiritual potency. Chris, come on, you were just the beginning, Chris. Come on, everybody, let's do it. Ooh. 1 you've ruined it, Nick, with your bong-smoked brain. Come on, everybody, let's get some big donations in here. Come on. Come on, you're the real guy. You're the real spiritual teacher. Come on, you know what to do. You know how to do this. Come on. You're the real guy. You're the real spiritual teacher. You're the real guy. You're the real spiritual teacher. You're the real guy. You're the real spiritual teacher. You know what you're doing. Come on. You can do this. Come on, teach him, teach him, teach him, teach him enlightenment, teach him enlightenment, teach him the enlightenment, teach him the enlightenment. Okay, I can do this. All right, everybody, let's get some big donations coming in here. Come on. If you would like to make receive your request, please make a sizable donation, the largest donation that you've ever made before. Kay Quigley, best way is through PayPal, and I'll put a link, but I don't know if you'll be able to receive it. And that's wonderful. That's very appreciated, Quigley. All right, so here's one example. Many small donations make one big one too, but it's better to have one major one. So see if that link can work for you, Kay Quigley. Oh, I appreciate you too. Thank you. I'm very appreciative. All right, homeless. See you next time. Don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned. Stay connected. Does that link work for you, Quigley? Can you access that? No coming, no going. no after, no before. I hold you close to me. I release you to be so free, because you are in me and I am in you. Because you are in me and I am in you. If the link doesn't work, Quigley, here's my email, and you can just send me a little email and I'll send you the link there. Yeah. Just send me a little email and I'll send the link to you directly, Quigley. Did anybody just experience that time skip? What's going on? Let's try to get to the bottom of this. And where did Kay Quigley go? Shh, can you hear that? Well, I would have preferred if they got raptured after. Oh, okay, you found me. And I'm learning to love myself. I'm learning to love my breasts, the breasts that give the milk that they give. Because maybe there is a perfect man or a perfect woman out there, a perfect non-binary being, but I'm not perfect. And I can still give. They're not coming. Do not say that they're coming. I love that audio car. That's so funny. I am a powerful spiritual entity. I am a very powerful spiritual entity. Because I said I won't go to bed, well, I'm not going to say that, because I do respect my own endurance. Okay, that's great. Kathleen. Nice to meet Kathleen. Well, Kathleen, when you have the time, you send me an email and I'll send you a link that has a monthly option on it, but thank you. There's not anyone that's going to come into my house. There's not anyone that's going to come into my house. There's not anyone watching me outside the door. There's not anyone watching me outside the window. 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 No one is watching me. No one is listening to my thoughts. No one is watching me. No one is listening to my thoughts. No one is watching me. No one is listening to my thoughts. Please, please, someone donate. Come on. Enough. You're not just going to sit here and watch and take and think about it and enjoy it. You make a donation, you move on. That's it. They're not watching me. They don't know who I am. They don't know what this is. They don't know who I am. They don't know what this is. They don't know who I am. They don't know what this is. They don't know who I am. They don't know what this is. They don't know who I am. They don't know what this is. They don't know what I am. They don't know what this is. Come on. Come on, Rob. You can do this. Come on. God, you can help me do this. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. Please give me the power to teach these people. Please give me the power to transform their minds. Please give me the power to teach the truth, the true non-duality, the true Zen, the true John. Please, Guru Padma Sambhava, send me attainments. Please, Guru Padma Sambhava, send me Mahasiddhis. Please, Guru Subhatma, transmit to me the energy of the mind of the Dhammagatu. Please, Guru Padma Sambhava, Namo 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 Guru Padma Sambhava. Namo Guru Padma Sambhava, 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 Namo Guru Padma Sambhava. Are you serious? Are there spirits? Are there spirits here? Are there spirits here? Are there spirits here? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Are people watching me? Are people listening to me? Every house in Vietnam, they have ghosts. That's the kind of stuff that I like. That's the kind of stuff that I get involved with. You will not use genjutsu on me. What's going on here? Why is that? Am I watching you? That's pretty good, Mark. Am I watching you? Am I listening to you? Am I watching you? Listening to you? They're controlling my cameras. People are controlling my cameras. People are influencing me. People are manipulating me. People are guiding this live stream in subtle ways, and people are manipulating my unconscious. Which one is that? Yong bong JZY nama nama. Yum bong JZY nama nama. Yum bong JZY nama nama. Why don't you send me a little clip of your throat singing, your didgeridoo stuff, Kai? You can play that for the community. Am I being watched? Am I being manipulated? 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 Yong bong JZY nama nama. 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 I actually knew a woman who was possessed by a dead American soldier, or something like that. She was a reincarnated Vietnam era war veteran, and she was also possessed by spirits. I've had a lot of schizophrenics reach out to me. This is like schizophrenic Dharma. This is Dharma or Buddhist teachings for schizophrenics. As long as they don't come today, I don't care. Let's buy a house. Let's go and get chemotherapy. Let's go and check out that lump on your testicle. Not today, not today, not today. Maybe tomorrow, but most importantly, not today. All right, astronaut, let's keep it PG-13 and let's be a little bit less totally schizophrenic, crazy. Come on, let's get some donations coming in here. Let's get serious about this, everybody. Instead of compulsive thinking, it's cease. Because we're afraid of being vulnerable. Come on, everybody, let's get some donations coming in here. That's a nice way to say it, Panda. But if we use that to just justify anything, then maybe we'll be misguided. We shouldn't just go around trying, look, I offended you. Who cares you offended somebody? Go fuck yourself. Oh, I made you offended. I triggered you. Who cares? Go back to your basement. Go back to your meditation, or excuse me, your masturbation dungeon. I triggered you. I triggered you. Oh, I got a reaction out of you. That's because you don't know how to live a meaningful life based on generosity. Well, then you're done, Richard. You're done here. No money, no comments. This is a pay-to-play server. This is a pay-to-play role-playing server. You take your sentiment and you go down to the free Mason Lodge and you get your 55th degree. Not gonna happen here. You're not gonna make a mockery out of this community. You're not gonna make a mockery out of these teachings. You donate or you get out. That's it. Yum jung ji jama 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 yum jung jing 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 jama jama jama. Your support? What support are you giving? By watching this, you're supporting something? The only thing you're supporting is your own bullshit ego. You put your money where your mouth is, or you don't have a seat at the table. That's it. You expect you're going to get an hourly rate when you're not showing up to work? It's not going to happen. Chris, I want to slow down here and I want to bring everything to a halt. Are you still here with us, Chris? Anyways, listen for a sec. Who told you that you were in a position of authority related to the Dhamma? Where did you get this idea? Where does this idea come from? That you are in a position of authority of what's Dhamma and what's not, and how someone should teach Dhamma and shouldn't teach Dhamma. Where did you get that idea? On Reddit? I'm asking you. I have a conversation here. You want to send me an email? Not just Chris, anybody. There's my email address right there. Send me whatever you want. Draw a picture, send it to me. It's like, 'tis what it is. Man. Draw a picture, get some crowns, get some markers, draw a picture, and send it to my email. You know, and when we're not willing to be challenged, we're not willing to receive the Dhamma. Period. Well, that's good. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, Chris, so You know, I also know a little bit about Buddhism. I also know a little bit about meditation. But you know, just stay open. Stay open, Chris, to listen deeply, to share deeply. I can recommend you some teachers. I can recommend you the monastery to stay at. But, you know, this, when it comes down to it, this is my temple. This is my meditation center. I tell you what, there's hundreds and hundreds of armchair Buddhists on Reddit. Of course, that's for sure, right? There's hundreds and hundreds of armchair Buddhists on Reddit that have something to say about monks using money or monks receiving money. And guess what? You've got no business saying that at a Sri Lankan monastery in Washington, D.C. It's not your business. And then you take a position, well, that must not be a good monastery, that must not be real Buddhism. That's called cultural appropriation, religious appropriation. It's inappropriate. So you come to my monastery, 100%. That's a good point. That's a good heart you have, Chris. You go there and you say, I've got something to say, and they're going to tell you, well, you have to detach from that. You have to let go of that. But there is no should, Chris. You have to remove should. It's like going and saying that the Buddha should go over there. Who are you to say where the Buddha should go, or what the Buddha should do, or who the Buddha should teach to? Crying Buddha is just like, it's a very deep emotional wish for suffering to end. All the crying, all the emotion, all of the suffering has compounded into this sense and feeling of, please, may suffering end. So the only thing that you're really considering about is, may suffering end. Liam, be a good boy if you're going to be here, okay? You're welcome here. Why don't you get out your pencils or your Legos or your markers and draw a picture? Okay? "14-year-old boys are very welcome here. I love 14-year-old boys. I love teenage boys. Some people know this about me, some people don't, but I've bathed nude with Korean teenage boys in South Korea late at night. All right. Nick Nuggs, we're going to give you a little bit of a bong break, all right? See you later, buddy. It's true, you know, and some people would be ashamed to admit that. I'm not ashamed to admit that I enjoy being nude in hot baths with Korean men and boys. I'm not ashamed to admit that. You know, and we've got every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the planet that went to a meditation course and now thinks that they're in a position to teach meditation. Yeah, right. Well, you know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Where's my certificate? Where's my certification? Look, mate, you want to bugger around or you want to have a cup of tea? People say, well, he just put on a wig. He can't know about meditation. Says who? Whose God are you following? Whose God are you listening to? That because this hair is beautiful, that I'm not a real meditation teacher. Who told you that? Who made that rule up? Okay? That's not a real rule. That's just a thought. Just another thought. We don't like being challenged. That's why we don't go to meditation retreats. Hey, Sri Lankan Toronto boy that used to be a middle-aged Sri Lankan woman. You let them be. Their problem is their problem. Your problem is your problem. Every day of the week. Come back to center. Come back to the real investigation of phenomena, of moment-by-moment breathings, experiences. It's good that you got into meditation. Me too, Chris. I mean, walking the holy life is a great joy. For sure. You're a good kid, Chris. You're a good guy. I wish you the best of luck. Try to go to a meditation retreat sometime. Namo Aida Phang, Namo Aida Phang, Namo Aida Phang. I want to be clear about something, and I want to draw a line in the sand. There's nothing wrong with enjoying nude baths with Korean men and boys of all ages. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not about boys, just like it's not about men. It's a gender separated bathing area that is mandatory to be nude in, and it's very enjoyable. Coffee or tea? Coffee or tea? Bumblebee. One Bitcoin? Yes, please. That'd be great. Let's get some W's in the chat for Dr. Rob getting a 1 Bitcoin donation. Uh-oh, looks like we got a real schizophrenic retard in here. Well, welcome to the club, Chaos. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit stupid and nasty. 'Tis what it is, I'll give you one warning, okay? I'll give you one warning, 'tis what it is. You keep that up, you keep talking that way, we'll get you good and out of here, all right? You'll lose your green username. Yeah, I've studied Vipassana for years. I've studied with Vipassana meditation masters for years. So it would be fair to call what I do and what I teach Dhamma Vipassana. This is a Dhamma Vipassana meditation course. You can say that I am a Dhamma Vipassana meditation master. That would be very fair to say. I wouldn't say that I'm a samatha meditation master, because that's just not, it's not a part of what my tradition emphasizes, or the traditions that I've trained in emphasize, but samatha is good as well. And some teachers say there's no vipassana without samatha, and that's also fine and true. Oh, it doesn't mean anything. In South Korea, right? And this would be great. How old are all the men here? It doesn't matter, but whether you're 14 or 16 or 18 or 20 or 40 or 50, I would be very happy if we were in South Korea together to go into a nude bath and enjoy. Okay, Chris said, can you detail your practice about which way you were observing sensations when you practice Vipassana? So observing sensations would be a more basic level of Vipassana. This is observing phenomena or dhammas, right? So any dhammas, any phenomena. And when you practice Vipassana, basically you are aware of phenomena, any phenomena, sound, sight, smell, people, places, situations, experiences, and you just experience that free of someone, free of something, free of a wrong view, right? So Vipassana is a kind of special seeing. And the specialness of that seeing is detachment. So as a good Buddhist, it's not really very important for you to have faith in the Tripitaka. It's for you to have faith in no self, impermanence, and suffering, or nibbana. And the faith leads you to practice in such a way that is primarily based in taking refuge with real masters, that leads you to a point where non-self is also empty, but is a kind of realization or a recognizing of non-separation. That separation is a notion that doesn't really have any practical truth to it in terms of enlightenment or the way that it is, or even the way that it seems to be with clear seeing. But can Patujanas practice Vipassana? I guess they can, but it wouldn't be called right Vipassana. It would be a kind of wrong Vipassana, and it would be comparable to merit making. So until you're not a Patujana anymore, until you become an Arya, all of your practice is basically wrong. That's why it's so important that you work to make blessings, practice generosity, making donations, making volunteering, sila, mindfulness, and you kind of try to be concerned with what was pointed out to you. But the Vipassana meditation tradition, from what I've seen, is not very effective in general. Because if you see people that go through years of attending Vipassana meditation retreats, or you see people that go through years of being, Buddhist adjacent, and it's very, from what I've experienced, it's very rare to see someone who actually has a kind of penetrating insight or has something of value to share, something that's pretty deep. All right, give you a little time out, little buddy. And the stupid thing is that now, when I'm talking more directly about Dhamma than I have not now, people are saying, he's gone away from talking about Dhamma. So people are very, very stupid. And, I don't know if the Buddha said that people are very, very stupid, but the Buddha knew that people were very, very stupid. The Buddha didn't live in the forest and start a community of monks because, wow, let's be friendly with everybody. Let's spend time with everybody. It's because the Buddha knew that people are fucking stupid and crazy, greedy, angry, and delusional. So a part of my teaching is to just call that out. Yes, read. That's very good. That's very accurate. Goenka tradition for sure. Yeah, Goenka tradition. But it can be in many different ways of hyperfixating on meditation. Because Buddhism is just now arriving in America, in the West. And it's not like there's these great Buddhist institutions that have established themselves in the West that are just, very contemplative, very open, very limitless. It's kind of different small groups of meditation cults, and it's very insular, it's very limited. And so a part of this way of teaching is to say, look, you can do that in that way if you want to, but I have a more limitless idea about what the Dharma looks like, what Sangha looks like, what Buddha looks like, and I think it's important to bring that to American people. And a fundamental part of that is saying, look, you can be here, I'm happy to work with you, I'm happy to help you, I'm happy to support you, but you need to be able to donate, and you need to be able to be challenged. And you need to be willing and able to shut up and listen. No matter who you are. That's the blunt hunt that I know. Yes, so donations can be made directly here through YouTube, that's fine. And they can also be made through PayPal. So if you send me an email on the PayPal or on the email address that's linked down below, I'll send you a link. You can make a large, substantial one-time donation, or you can set up a monthly donation if you'd like to, and a lot of gratitude for that. Chris, I've practiced in the Goenka tradition. I've done more 10-day Vipassana retreats. I've done Mahasi Vipassana retreats. I've done Dhamma Vipassana retreats under my teacher, Mani Sayadaw Uttamatara. You don't need to understand, you just need to make a donation, okay? And of course, you don't need to do anything. I do like little boys. Might sound a little weird to say that, but it's totally true. I love children. I love children more than I love adults in general. I'd say if children were leading the world would be a lot better off than being led by adults. Childism, that is systematic prejudice and discrimination against children, is, I think, a really big problem. You know what I mean? They're not just adorable, they also have a sense of awareness and a sense of presence, a sense of wonder, a sense of curiosity. That is something we really need as human beings to live a good life. You know what I mean? And to go beyond our ego and our anger and our greed and our delusion. Look at how easy children can just be ecstatically happy and joyous. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to learn from children. And then somebody like Giovanni says, but they have no skills. Yeah, they don't have skills to commit genocide. They don't have skills to mass murder cows and pigs and whatever animals that they can get their hands on. They don't have skills to entirely destroy the planet with chemicals. They don't have skills to create massive amounts of waste by building skyscrapers and then just leaving them empty as an investment as people starve and need housing on the ground. Yeah, you're right, they don't have those skills. Well, Giovanni, we're gonna have to leave the stupid retard work to another live stream, all right? Smell you later, Chief. Mahasi compared with Goenka? I think that you can't institutionalize meditation. So I would say that Goenka is teaching almost more samatha than vipassana in the way that they do it. Because vipassana is like a limitless, right? Like there's all these different styles and forms of vipassana, like Dhamma vipassana, Chitana vipassana, Nama vipassana, Rupa vipassana, sensation vipassana, etc., right? And when it comes to real vipassana, that's not based in a conditional structure. It's totally limitless. And I think that the presentation and the way that Goenka is done is very, very limited. So like the vipassana that the Buddha taught was abandon your life, renounce your life, leave your children, leave your family. He didn't say it like that, but that's what he did, and he created an institution where that was possible. So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to meet more experienced Goenka practitioners, you know, and talk with them about it, but the amount of people that you find, right, who are actually have some deep experience with meditation or vipassana meditation, right? And then are willing to be challenged or willing to explore or willing to look deeply into different kinds of practices and discussions like this, I think they're very, very, very few. And it's the same way that how little you can see people like me who are available and accessible and teaching online about the Dhamma. And when you actually have experience with Vipassana, it's a very limited position. And if you look at the modern American culture related to social media and being an influencer and putting yourself out there, the amount of Vipassana, you know, successful Vipassana practitioners that I see doing anything even remotely close to this is basically zero, if not zero. So it would seem to be that clearly the system is a little bit less effective than it would be led on to believe. You know what I mean? Even as an introduction to the true Dhamma, because there's tons of young people, hippies, curious people that are going to these 10-day Vipassana retreats, and you basically don't see anybody that comes out on the other side and says, wow, I'm ready to teach, I'm ready to share, I'm ready to, you know, open up the books of Vipassana. So I think it's a limited way to go about it. Of course, it's very good, but I would almost say that it's more samatha aligned than it is Vipassana aligned. Because basically people are going into these Vipassana retreats, the large majority, you're not going to take another Vipassana retreat, right? So they're going into these Vipassana retreats, they're cultivating a shit ton of merit, and then they're going on along with their lives. You know, so Vipassana is not about merit cultivation. And I think the primary message that people get from Vipassana retreats is merit. And also the heaviness of their karma, which of course leads to Vipassana, but in how it's presented, I think it's too limited for American people. Yeah, and it's not, there's nothing to celebrate about somebody walking around with a heavy burden. It's like celebrating that somebody has cancer. Yeah, life sucks. Life is shit for everybody. Just because you have a heavy burden. Because the Buddha's teaching is about enlightenment. The Buddha only taught merit making out of, you know, what he had to do, because clearly these people were not going to go this far in it, and he needed to support his Sangha. He needed to support his community en masse, which grew very quickly. So if you really are in a position to give your life 10 days to a Vipassana retreat like that, with that degree of intensity, your entire perspective on everything should shift in a way that affects everyone around you for the rest of your life. Otherwise, it's less effective than it could be, which anything is, everything is. And for Mahasi, I just did a Mahasi retreat a couple months ago or a few weeks ago, whatever, here in Vietnam, and I found it to be a lot more inclusive and a lot more authentic, because you have these monks that are teaching and leading. You have this implicit background of opportunity to spend your whole life as a monk. And it's like there's this barrier there that's saying you can give as much as you want to this and you will be supported just as much as you give, just as much as you surrender, just as much as you sacrifice. And that's the joy of the Sangha, right? Whereas with the Goenka tradition, you go through this intensive 10-day retreat and they say, see you later, good luck. And they say this to Americans, and a lot of people have ended their lives after Goenka retreats and, have spiraled into mental health issues and psychosis and basically have had no support. So. Also, the deification of a teacher like that is even if he's a great teacher, it's a little bit silly. I'm not trying to discourage anybody from doing a 10-day Vipassana retreat. If you feel that you can, go do that. Give it a try. Because the Buddha was a revolutionary. The Buddha wasn't a mindfulness instructor. The Buddha wasn't an armchair Buddhist on Reddit. Samatha. It means like calm and peace meditation versus insight meditation or seeing with detachment meditation. Samatha and Vipassana. And a lot of the American Buddhists teach, it's a very small group of people. It's basically nobody, but they're not very tuned in and keyed into the unwashed masses of people that need help. They're looking at Asian Buddhists that come to visit the temple and their kids that are forced to be there. They're looking at white middle-class intellectuals that like to identify as Buddhist and make some donations. So it's not a very revolutionary way to go about it. Yam jang bang jume jumai wa nama jum bang jue nama wa yo ye jue o ye zuni o ga jue o ga be jue ya nama zue wo jue o ga jue o ngo jue bo defeated. Play is wonderful. Once you mix disassociated toxicity with play, you're going in a very, 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 very bad direction for your life. There's no doubt about that. Because you will have to deal with sickness in your life. You'll have to deal with old age in your life. You'll have to deal with death in your life. You'll have to deal with severe pain in your life. You'll have to deal with all kinds of things that force you to be authentic, force you to be genuine. So when we disassociate ourselves from our capacity to actually see what's going on so that we can be the true, you're just setting yourself up for a bad life where your playful, toxic trolling becomes your frustration and aggression about how your life didn't work out, and about how you're not respected by people, and about how you don't have any ability to take care of yourself. And it turns to alcohol and weed, and you spend your whole life disassociated, locked in a basement masturbating in America or in Massachusetts. And it's just not a good way to live for anybody, man. It's like you say, haha, but I got you to react. I triggered you. Brother, I've been all over the world. I'm in Vietnam. Look out my window. This is what I'm looking at over here. What do you mean you triggered me? But I got you to react. I found something and I got you, and what are you talking about, man? You think I'm your neighbor masturbating in his basement trying to be a spiritual teacher on YouTube and trying to get views. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's the situation, all right? And even people say, but we'll find out where you live. We'll find out. Okay, I hope you know Vietnamese, buddy. We don't give a fuck about speaking English around here. He's over there. He's the police. I saw Bong Shan. No, the police. He's over there. Bong Shan bang bang. Two. You fucking dummies. You losers. I'll send a nuclear bomb. I bet you will. Send it. I'll open up my rear end and receive it for you. Smell you later, punk. And it's not that I'm, yeah, I got him, I reached him, No, this is a teaching opportunity. No, I love you. I want you to be here. You think that I believe that you're some disassociated idiot, retard, troll? I'm a troll. No, I know that's not who you are. No, but I'm really a troll. I'm masturbating all the time. Well, eventually you're not going to be able to masturbate anymore. Eventually you're not going to be watching porn anymore. Eventually you're not going to be high anymore. You're going to feel suffering. And you're going to have to be genuine with that. I mean, you could try for fentanyl. Good luck, man. No, use fentanyl. Oh, good luck. Do what you want to do. Rocco, my man, how can we apply Buddhist teachings while being completely surrounded by so much stuff to buy everywhere in every direction? Almost every building that's not a home is trying to sell me something. Abandon your life. Why do you live there? Why are you living that way? Why are you choosing to be in that kind of environment? Renounce and abandon. And anyway, what do you need? You have your cappuccino. You have your phone, you watch a TikTok. The thing is that you need to find a meaningful anchor in terms of how you move forward in your life that's not about these other things. So you're looking at all of these different other things because you don't have an anchor to look straight. So the great Zen master Sung San Sunim said, don't know, just go straight. So we need to learn how to do that. Yeah, but Wesley, I'm not a monk, first of all. And second of all, growing up in a Buddhist household is 90% of Vietnam. And 90% of Vietnam doesn't know much about meditation or deep Buddhism or anything. So, you're welcome here, but just relax a little bit. If you find out where I live, then make a sizable donation, make a substantial donation. Okay? Support where I live. Well, it's even worse for Chinese, man. You know what Mao did. And Wesley, I'm looking for a Chinese. This is the Chinese billionaire. Does everybody remember I was manifesting? Wesley, do you have a wealthy Chinese family that might want to buy me an apartment in Shanghai? Or maybe we're moving too fast. I manifested it. I manifested Wesley. Because I don't think this whole Darren thing in Thailand is going to work out. So we're going to have to go the Chinese billionaire route. And the last thing I want to do is end up living on Kai's colonial ranch in Hawaii. But it might come down to that. Come on, these people don't know real truth, real power. I'm the wish. It's not satire at all. If I connect with I have 7 years of experience of being a Buddhist monk. I know how to work with donors. I know how to work with running monasteries and meditation centers. I've got a lot of experience with this, with big donors. So, and I also have the resources to support myself if I need any help with that work, spiritually. And, so if there was a Chinese billionaire that said, hey, I'd like to donate an apartment for you in Shanghai, honestly, that would not be that surprising to me.
No, but you're in a basement in Massachusetts. You're masturbating like me, aren't you? You're the same as me, aren't you?
No, I'm not. If there was a Chinese billionaire that said, look, I love your work, I love your stuff, I love your teachings, which a lot of people have said to me and donated, made donations and made support. And I want to offer this apartment to you in Shanghai and for you to use that to do your teachings and live in China. That would not be surprising to me. I'm not expecting anything like that, but I wouldn't, I'd be a little excited. I've never been to China before. I want to see what the apartment's like, but we're in different worlds in terms of our experiences and our mentality. You know what I mean?
A Buddhist monk for 7 years. You mean that you were living in a cart outside the grocery store, right? Right?
No, that's not right. That's not what living as a Buddhist monk for 7 years is like. Okay, and traveling all around the world wearing the robes of Buddha. That's not what that's like.
You mean you got lost on the way to the McDonald's and then you lived in a trash can for 5 months, right? That's what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I'm talking about. Why does this piece of hair, what is this? Get out of here. Get out of here. No, I'm serious. That is how people think. You say you were a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
You mean you shit in the toilet yesterday and flushed it down?
No, that's not what I mean. And we just don't resonate with that because we're so lost in consumption and on our treats and in vapid, ridiculous, stupid people on TikTok. Oh, look at her butt. Oh, look at her butt. Oh, that's a cool guy. Oh, that's a cool, funny. We're just so disassociated and discombobulated that there's no such thing as anything meaningful. There's no such thing as anyone having meaningful experiences that we might be curious about or interested in, or maybe make us say, wait, what the heck? Unless we're being sold some Kundalini sex retreat or some bullshit men's workshop or whatever. Then we're like, oh yeah, he was a Buddhist monk for 6 months, so I'll do whatever he says because I'm paying $5,000 to go and stay on the mountain for this period of time. It doesn't mean anything that someone has a big, nice meditation center and that they're fit and that they can do yoga when it comes to Vipassana, when it comes to Dhamma. Just like somebody mentioned earlier, just because someone's a monk doesn't necessarily mean that they're a teacher. Almost everything is a scam. Now, can we please get some big donations coming in here, everybody? I'm going to count down from 10. Here we go. 10. Make a donation. 9. Make a donation. 8. Come on, Reed. I know you got it in you. Name like that, you got to have money in the pocket. Come on. 7. Come on, everybody. 6. Count down with me. W's in the chat. Let's get this wave of donations coming in. 5. 4. 3. Come on. Don't make me hit 0. 2. 1. Don't make me say 0. 4. Listen, I want to be clear about this because we have some of the stupid retards that are they think they're doing something. They found something. They've triggered something. Listen, I want to be clear about this. I have absolutely no problem with men and boys of all ages bathing nude in South Korean bathhouses. And if I could drive down the street and go to a South Korean bathhouse and be nude with many South Korean men of all ages, I'd be happy to do that. It's wonderful to take everything off and to bathe in the water with others. I've always been a bath man. I can remember waking up after basically no sleep in high school or middle school or whatever, and you know, I was zombified when you don't sleep and then you got to wake up for school. The first thing that I would do when I woke up, if I woke up early enough to do this, which was often, I was forced up. My mother, shake me awake. I'd go to the bathroom. I can see it in my mind. I'd turn on the hot water for the bath, check it. You have to get the temperature right. Plug it up. I'd turn that light off, and I'd go and lay in that bath in the dark. And I'd go back to sleep. And then maybe I'd hear a knocking on the door, or I'd just get up and I'd go to school. So I want to be very, very clear about this. There's nothing wrong with being nude with other men in a bath. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't get any ideas, Kai. Yeah. And then we take this position, but South Korea, you mean the local Chinese restaurant? You went to the local Chinese restaurant and you took a bath? An airport? You mean That is one that I really love. And I'm not mocking anybody, I'm just mocking that mentality that everything is according to your thoughts and your experiences. There's all kinds of experiences that you don't have. So read, the teaching is basically this. This is the idea. So evolutionarily and biologically, you cannot intellectually know, you have to not be able to intellectually know that you could die at any moment. Just like if someone was here threatening your life, you'd be having a panic attack, you'd be freaking out, right? So read, you know that, right? When could you die? Read. When would it be possible for you to die? And that's what I'll put on my resume. I'll put 7 years as a monk, da-da-da-da-da, and I'll keep the live streams to the side until I get the paycheck. You got to work on my resume, Kai. Think about it. Can you die at any moment or not, Read? Anyways, yes, you can die at any moment. So, And there's also been some studies about this as well. There's been studies about how evolutionarily there's no incentive for our senses to be in line with reality. There's no evolutionary, just like a giraffe's neck being 5 feet tall or 10 feet tall or whatever it might be, right? Doesn't have anything to do with astrophysics or quantum physics or how reality actually is. You see? So there is a way of perceiving that's very cultural, more cultural than we know about. And that's kind of what some of this way of expressing is pointing to. That China is not the China that you have in your mind. That people's minds work differently, that their perspectives are different, right? And so the way of looking at reality that you're familiar with, that I'm familiar with, is just one way of looking at reality. And there's no absolute basis for that. So the Buddhist phenomenology is based on a perspective and a way of seeing 2,600 years ago, informed by deep wisdom. Just like LeBron James on the basketball court is not just somebody messing around with basketballs and we could go and play there if we wanted to. It's informed by deep training of the musculature, of the body-mind connection, right? Now, compare a muscle in your body and the complexity of that to this muscle, the brain. And so the mind training is kind of like in that line of development. So how far you can develop your mind in terms of being in connection with the perceptivity of reality as it is, rather than it evolutionarily has to seem to be, is profound, beyond conception, beyond conceptuality, right? Like, for example, being able to, you could be someone, the Buddha was someone who could literally sit here until he died. And there's even, I think my teacher could probably do something like that if that was really his choice. That degree of willpower. And so we put that into a box of Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. Oh, it's like a Mission Impossible thing. No, it's not. It's on a totally different level of perceiving and penetrating through desire and fear and complicated thinking and conceptuality. Oh, okay, your funny hair, huh? Yeah, it's funny. My hair's sticking out over there, huh? My hair's sticking out over there, huh? Embarrassing me in front of this community. You're going to embarrass me? You're going to embarrass me? You're going to embarrass me in front of this community? Is that what you're going to do? Now, someone make a substantial donation or I'm cutting this bad boy off. I'm going to count down to 10. 10. 9. 8. You're welcome, Reed. 7. 6. No, you're not welcome. Let's see that. Let's see those greenbacks. Let's see that thank you on the back of a $50 bill. I'm going to restart the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, better to just leave it as it is. We did it. Nick, you saved the hair. A little bit slow on the draw, brother, but you did it. Because the teachings here are going to relate to the people here. I cannot see the people here. So even if the people here are willing to just sit down and meditate, I can't see that. I can't know that. I can't experience that for myself. And this is an interactive situation, right? So the teachings here are depending upon your donations. like Reed's donation. See, people don't know this. They're not perceptive. They don't recognize the subtlety. Okay, Reed isn't just your average Joe. Reed's a man of some consideration, of some depth. So he gathered up his sincerity. He gathered up his experience. He gathered up his presence. And he said, do you put any stock in Buddhist metaphysics? Even all the spellings right, the pronunciations right. I couldn't write a better sentence myself, but the D's not capitalized. Anyways, not to nitpick. So that question led to that Dhammic specific teaching. But a lot of the people in here are just wailing and wiggling around, rah, rah, rah. So this is not just about you in particular, okay? I don't care who you are. It's not just about you in particular. You want to get the deepest juice out of this, then you sit down and you shut up and you meditate, or you draw me a picture, or whatever it is that you do, and you make use of this. Or you go listen to guided meditations from teachers who are way better than me, from Ajahn Brahm, from Thich Nhat Hanh, from whoever. Go and do it, please. And bring back your health and wealth here and share. And we'll go from there. Okay? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've taught meditation to literally sitting in front of hundreds of Vietnamese meditators and yogis as a monk. I can lead meditation retreats. I can teach non-duality. I can fuck shit up wherever that shit is. I will fuck it up. Okay? You better believe it, I'm the real deal. But I'm not 60 years old. I'm not a conservative, white, 20-year-old, 30, whatever-year-old boy that came with a silver spoon out of his ass. I'm a rough and tough man on the prowl. Concerned with the Dhamma, concerned with non-duality, concerned with nothing at all. Concerned with the teachings of whoever it is, the Buddha. Okay? You get me twisted, you get me mixed up. Those real Buddhists, those real spiritual teachers, those real meditation teachers who are above me, well, how selfish they are. That they don't step in here and protect the people who are here. Because the only people who seem to come in here and want to protect other people from these wrong teachings are fucking retards. That don't know the first thing about Dharma. That don't know the first thing about self-sacrifice. How can you say that? How can you say that word? How can you say that word? How can they bomb the kids in Gaza, buddy? Okay? How can Donald Trump be the President of the United States? This is the least of everybody's worries. But you're asking for people to donate. What else am I going to ask? What else are they good for? You think I got this belly by sitting around telling people that everything in life's for free? How many hours a day am I giving? How many hours a week am I giving? How many hours a month am I giving? What about when I was live streaming for 20 hours and I put myself to the edge of psychosis to teach the Dhamma for 20 hours straight in Malaysia, in the Mongolian graveyard? Who was there? Who was there for the 20-hour live stream? Who saw that? Who was there? It couldn't even be uploaded to YouTube because it was too much power, it was too much data, it was too much energy that I sacrificed, that I gave to the community. I was on the edge of my life. I barely got home. A Malaysian gangster screamed at me. I almost had a panic attack. So, this is not for you personally, just like you, and this is not for me personally. You think I want to deal with a bunch of people. Just like that guy who thinks he's doing me a favor because he says, I'm going to let you lead the meditation center that I make in Thailand. I'm going to be your student. Geez Louise, give me a break. My life is tough enough as it is, and now I've got a 60-year-old man with $100,000 in his bank account that wants to piggyback on top of me, and when I say I'm starving, I need some money, I need some donation, he gives me a $10 bill and he says, go get yourself something nice, champ. You out of your mind, Darren? And all of this, I can only do this and I can only say this because of my willingness to decouple. The last thing I want to do is deal with you. Okay? All of this is about me not dealing with you. So if you also don't want to deal with you, welcome to the club. We share that in common, and we can enjoy the art and the play and the exploration and the self-sacrifice of what's being done here. Mary, take that 10 spot and shove it up your rear end. Maybe it'll do you something good. I'm not a lot of people, okay? And go and give $10 to somebody then. What are you doing here? Rude, ugly, old, stupid. Well, now we know Mary. Smell you later. These middle-aged women are my greatest dream come true and my greatest nightmare. Smell you later. It's not that funny. It's a teaching. We're not making fun of anybody. But you come in here farting and stinking around, and not only that, but then, look at me, look at me. Get the fuck out of here. This is a Buddhist monastery. This is a Buddhist training center. There's no such thing as duality in non-duality. Take your son on a camping trip, FBA Kush Boy. I'm not telling you to return the PS5. I was looking at a PS5 the other day. I said, heck, that's a good idea. But I'm saying next time you have those funds, buy a bunch of, well, we're going to get to that gray rooms, but we need some real generosity in here before we get to that, okay? We're not all role players. We're not all role playing as a non-duality teacher, okay? We're not all pretending that we're not, you know what I mean? So that's non-duality. Because there's a big problem here in you being convinced about anything. And there's also a big problem here in you to begin with. And the limited nature of some of these contexts that actually you can't put onto the teacher, it's just the dumb students. So I try to bridge the divide here, the limitlessness, okay? And anyway, you know, you not being convinced is convenient for me because I've got enough on my plate. It's very subtle, it's very profound. You learn a script, of non-duality, and you learn a script of yoga. It's the same as if you learned a set of yoga routines. You know, has that been tested? And you don't have to do anything. Let's call Jim. Maybe Jim will set us straight. Let's see if Jim's here. I don't think he's going to pick up. Well, he can't pick up because he's Jim Newman. Well, if we're going to talk about non-duality, we all need to sit in a room quiet with middle-aged, balding men and women and ask questions and sit there in silence while that person says the same thing that they've said 1,000 times before. And I like that stuff. I'm just saying that's a ridiculous notion. And this is Buddhist non-duality, which goes a lot farther than Hindu non-duality, because Buddhism's just the best of Hinduism. True non-duality is open to duality. true non-duality doesn't exclude anything. Most of all, it doesn't exclude duality. Because there's no such thing as anything going on anyway. Macau, what kind of options would you like, Alina? You can do it through PayPal or through YouTube or Cash App or Revolut. Do they have Revolut in Macau? You could say that, but you'd be wrong, K-World. They've got some skillful people in there. Sure, I'll take as much Bitcoin as you can give. Gold bullion, sapphires, rubies, emeralds. I'm not prideful. I'm not prideful in that way. Oh, you got to give me USD currency. No. Send me sapphires in the mail. Send me rubies. Send me gold bullion. That's non-duality. Get a clip of that for the YouTube shorts. Real non-duality is going to the non-duality meeting and then slapping the teacher in the face. That's real non-duality. No rights, especially for all the yous. Yes. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I don't want anything. If I wanted your donations in that way, in the way that I express it, of course, if someone gives me a box full of shit and a box of cake, I'm gonna say, okay, I like cake, cake's good. That's true. There's nothing not true about that. And everybody's got to eat. And nothing in life is free. And this shit ain't cheap. 7 years as a Buddhist monk. I'm a real spiritual... Listen. If it was that way, I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror. And I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to be that kind of person. So luckily, I'm okay with being nobody. Really, it would be a lot more convenient if, you know, all of this just fell apart. So let it fall apart. Or tit, sick, zick, You're welcome to be here. You're welcome to leave. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Get Kai out of here. Can we have Kai removed from this situation? The man who owns a colonial ranch in Hawaii, in the native lands of Hawaii. Can he be removed from the meditation hall by the community? Yeah. Well, we like this. We like to have a good time. We like to play. We don't wish harm on anyone, but we like to win here. This is a place for winners. Yeah, even if you've been in here for literally 2 hours watching, or 2 hours in the past week, that would be a snapshot. That would be a very small window into what's going on. Because there's a part of myself, let's say, and also the non-duality position that I hold as a way of generosity, not as a way to argue with the Arahat Jim Newman, but a way to share with people that this message of nothing is not separate from you teaching your child to poop in the toilet instead of to poop on the floor. And so I am really just a parent teaching myself and my children how to not poop on the floor. But it's very, very subtle. It's very, 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 very subtle. And Ortzik, you be able to get more of a bird's eye view if you watch some of the videos that I upload. So not the live streams, but just the basic videos. You know, landscape videos instead of vertical videos. And go and watch my old videos as well. You know, there's hundreds of videos of me teaching in the way that you're talking about, Ortzik. So, you know, if that's what you're looking for, you've got way more videos of me doing that than you have of me doing this. And one of the teachings here is to learn how to use your own perception, to learn how to use your own eyes to see, your own eyes to hear, your own heart to feel, your own mind to look deeply. But what did Charlie Kirk think about it? But what did this random person on Reddit say about it? What are you, a dummy? You go and look for yourself to see what it is. If somebody's complaining about somebody as being a freak and a fraud and a monster, I want to go see what the heck's going on over there with my own eyes, not some random freak, anonymous person that's making an anonymous post. Not to give credence to my past affiliations with trying to hold up an image. And I can't imagine the image that has been torn down here. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? That person saying it's just a snapshot, looking back to the Mongolian graveyard, looking back to the makeup live stream, looking back to you want to see some deleted scenes? You want to see a deleted scene live stream? Look at this, everybody. Now, is this going to help me get more donations or keep me from getting donations? I don't know, but I'm going to show it anyway because I'm just that kind of guy. I'm just that kind of spiritual teacher.
Jesus, I am Jesus, I am Jesus, I am Jesus, I am Jesus, I am.
That's when we get into our tantric work. You got to make big donations to get into that room, okay? That ain't cheap. All right? Be careful what you wish for. It's a tantric kundalini exercise, all right? It's not psychosis. It's a tantric kundalini exercise. I am giving my life to Christ. Listen, I'm not a salesman. I'm not going to sell it to you. You pay up, you make a big donation, and you get what you get. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at that stuff, or it's sick. And also, instead of being high, look at it in terms of a purification. So this degree of you like releasing the contraction of greed, releasing the contraction of anger, releasing the contraction of belief in non-practical thoughts. And then you can go into this deeper sensitivity without everything going crazy and haywire. Whereas if you don't have that kind of purification that's taken place, then you're going to be wild in the now. I'm repenting. It's wait a minute. Isn't the rapture today? Isn't it the 23rd? It is in Vietnam. I guess there's not enough Christians in Vietnam to get their rapture early. I'll have to wait for the Americans.
Vulnerable. One of the boxing.
Who's this guy? Zabi.
I never met him, but I've heard of him.
He was like non-duality.
What happened?
Yeah. As happens with a lot of these.
Went into awareness?
Kind of, but worse.
Oh, really?
No, like a lot of the, they start.
Is he non-dual?
When I hosted them. And then
He's got a heck of a name, Zabi. He's got a mustache and a chain like that.
We're live.
I'm a name dropper. I just
Name drop.
Yeah, they all started radical.
That's my point. I mean,
Zabi non-duality. This is the big meme going on these days, is the Zabi, the non-duality guys. Trying to cut into my account, cut into
he started non.
my students.
I don't know how the hell that happened.
I don't know. Anything could happen, right?
Apparently.
These sound like a bunch of Looney Tunes. They wouldn't stand 1 minute up against me.
Karma, I never noticed that.
Not about zombie, but
Cards right there.
oh, non-duality is a big fad right now in the spiritual world. Probably the biggest.
14th mission.
What?
So you got your name brand too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Are the comments on?
What's going on? What's this guy doing? I think he's stealing my drift. He's riding my wave. I'm the non-duality guy on YouTube.
Yeah, my dad was
I'm the vertical live stream non-duality guy, Zabi.
straight up sales.
Synchronistic entity.
Close your eyes, Black Mirror. You shouldn't see this.
Trying to talk my dad into coming.
You know, you've been through the spiritual circuit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Have you ever seen, I feel funny talking because it's so out of context with what's truly going on.
Who are these people talking? They're not the non-duality guy. What's this guy doing?
Not two. Not two.
Oh my
Not one.
God.
Just not two. It's not a thing. It's not an object. There's no separation. There's no me and you.
This is the thing
There's
that
an
I get.
appearance
They do the same thing every time.
It's
It's
not
not cool.
There's not really
I don't want to look at it.
someone inside here and then others
I don't.
inside
I'm
each
not
body.
saying they're not right, but
doesn't
it's called
seem-
getting lucky, stupid.
There's bodies in the room, but there's no one in
Everybody's saying this stuff. This is what Alexis
There's
is saying
just-
too, with her 50 viewers on her
What's happening
landscape
is
mode live stream,
indescribable.
making fun of me,
It's
embarrassing me.
Easy simplicity. Just what's arising. That's all there is whatever's arising.
Yeah.
There's nothing outside of what's
I'm
arising.
not making fun of this guy. It sounds good.
God.
Says
Memory.
Hey, Kai. Alexis, I'll bet she'll kick your ass. Can we have people here get Kai Rasa out of this meditation hall? Can we get a group of people surround Kai Rasa as he's sitting there sharing his opinions and his positions and get him picked up and removed out of the meditation hall? So, it's a joy. No, this guy does. I like.
Pain. It's all what's arising. Coffee mug. Table. That is the absolute. There is only the absolute. Even the feeling that there's someone inside here looking out onto a world is the absolute. It's freedom. It's freedom. It's freedom appearing as not being free. There is only freedom. Hi, please give me a shout out. I'm your biggest fan. What's up, Lisa Jones? Shout out to Lisa Jones. hold these meetings.
I think I'm too autistic to do that, to have like the script that they do, or maybe there's something else I don't have, but he's cool. I mean, I like what he's saying. No, I just like the imagery of holding a retreat in Kai's colonial stolen land property in Hawaii with our group of people, and I can see the dim lighting, and Kai's there, ha ha ha, he's going along, and I say, remove him. And my devotees, my followers, they pick him up and they remove him out of the meditation hall. And then I began to talk about how Kai has signed over his rights of attorney to me, and we're going to have to figure out what to do with him. That's taking it too far, Marissa. All of you are taking it too far. I'm done. Getting back to doing what I know works. I wish this was a manic episode. I wish I had a life to go back to, but this is my life. This is my teapot, this is the spout, this is my teacup, it all goes out into the mind of Bodhidharma. I wouldn't be against trying cocaine. I'd like for it to be something I had tried rather than something that I'm be open to trying now, but just you can't, how do you get the pure stuff, They're cutting it with fentanyl, they're cutting it with goat's hair, well, David, it's not working out for you, brother. I recommend you get your perspectives in order. The rapture is here. I am the harbinger. I'm waiting for that new Final Four movie, Fantastic Four movie, to come out on the interwebs. Heroin makes your body feel good too, but it's not a good idea for us to go and figure out where to score some H. It means it's time to make some big donations, Sonia. Let's see it. Come on. W's in the chat, everybody. Here we go. W's in the chat, everybody. Here you go. Sonia's coming in hot. Come on, Sonia. Come on. Let's hear those birds sing. RKS, we're waiting for you too. Come on, brother. I love you too. Well, the rapture is the end of thinking and the beginning of awareness.
This is just what seems to happen. Room happening, talking happening, seeing happening.
I say the same stuff too. I mean, I can't
For
put...
that me energy, this is not enough. What's happening is not enough. There has to be something else. It's always waiting. It's a waiting energy.
I like this.
It's a needy energy. It's an energy that wants to hold on and maintain, an energy that wants to control. That's not real and that's not necessary. What's being illuminated is that energy that wants to control is not needed. That causes suffering, wanting to manage, put everything in boxes, order, control. That is the suffering of me.
I gotta send this guy an email, see if he'll do it.
Feels like it has to.
See, look at his hashtags. Look at his hashtags. I'm on to this guy. Non-duality. Hashtag non-duality. Hashtag awakening. Hashtag Jim Newman. Hashtag Advaita Vedanta. Hashtag hardcore non-duality. Hashtag liberation. Hashtag enlightenment. Hashtag oneness. Hashtag non-dualism. Hashtag Zen. Hashtag Susan Chang. I guess maybe some names to look into, but I like Zabi. I'm a Zabi guy. Where's his email? I'm going to put a comment here and see. Zabi, I love your work, man, even though I know that you don't really exist, and I just want to invite you on for a dual live stream interview conversation about non-duality. I've talked with Jimin a number of times. Hope to hear back from you, brother. What does it even mean at this point? These donations, when will they stop? I want to live my own life. Thank you, Yogi. Fair dinkums, mate. Let's get some big W's in the chat for Yogi B. Come on, everybody. Yogi B, Yogi B, Yogi B. Yogi B, Yogi B, Yogi B. You make a donation today, you make a donation in the next 1 minute, you get double consideration. I will appear in your dreams just like this if you make a donation in the next 1 minute. Yogi me, Yogi me, Yogi me, Yogi me, Yogi me, Yogi. Oh my gosh, I'm opening. We're opening. Just this, simply this, as it is, simply this, as it is, simply this, as it is. Simply this, as it is. Brian D., you will make a sizable donation in the next 30 seconds, or you will be removed from this community once and for all. 30, 29, count down with me, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, final chance, Brian D, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. You're fired. Just that quick. You're done, Brian. It's a guy who comes in here and he calls me a grasshopper. I don't care. I like that. I like to be challenged. You call me grasshopper, but you step forward with this weakness that is unbefitting of this community. Nobody likes to be told that they're lower, you know what I mean? But there comes a time, it's a kind of breakthrough, it's a kind of grace where we recognize someone that we love, concerned with not thinking, concerned with our spiritual path, and that's just the way that it is. People want to come in here and they want to say, well, I'm better than you, well, I'm, this, I'm that. Well, give it to me, baby, come on, give it to me, baby, come on, Oh, okay, I'll show you, I'll write little messages. Who wants that? David Walker, you're just talking about being a disassociated lunatic. You shut up and listen and you might learn something. Simple as that. Simple as that. I'm the teacher. I'm the one in charge. I'm the power man. I'm the spiritual guy. I'm the one who was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You think that's a joke? I am the one who was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You don't call me a grasshopper. You can call me a lot of things. You don't call me a grasshopper. You don't even know what ego is, taken Lee. Time dilation, transformation of gender and age. What other miraculous feats have we experienced here? Name some of the miracles that you've seen me create. Name some of the miracles that you've witnessed me do. Okay, David. The conversions, yes, conversions. Understanding of cause and effect, what a miracle. General understanding, general. Specific understanding is only Buddha can see that. And you know, they say Buddha is pretty detached, so he probably wasn't thinking about Donald Trump. He lived in the forest. Streaming through 9 minutes of a leaf blower. Do not call the police. And I'd love to meet some Vietnamese police if they were kind enough to come to my door. Kindness, understanding of others. I'll show you kindness. I'll show you what kindness looks like. Look at what David Walker said on one of the comments. I don't know what this guy's doing. David said, "Buddy, we have the right to assume or want or ask for whatever we want, and you have the ability to respond to whoever you want. Everyone is chilling, buddy." Not in my house, they're not. Not in my live stream, they're not. You're done, David. Smell you later. 24 hours, no talking. Just vegetarian food in general. And they do it, Vietnamese people are very funny and very cute. So they they make all kinds of different dishes that replicate like cooked dog or cooked pork, boiled pork or fried pork or whatever. And it's all, they do it as vegan, as vegetarian. So it's kind of ironic in that way. Maybe Vietnamese people appreciate irony? I don't know. It's none of your business. Taken Lee, Miss Taken Lee. You make a donation or you shut your mouth. Ooh. Your time isn't worth anything, you dumb bitch. Bye-bye. How could you say that to me? How could you say that to her? How could we stand by, complicit, as the genocide takes place in Gaza? You can care about two things at the same time. Yeah, but you don't have to. I'm going to care about one thing at a time. You know what, Rocco? I'm not gonna believe, for the sake of all ultra runners, that you're an ultra runner. Because if you're here representing all ultra runners and you're willing to make a $100 donation, then I'll respect you as a man, I'll respect you as a human being, and we will regale you in this community. A $100 donation, Rocco. A $100 commitment to prove that you're not a fool, that you're not a cheap bastard, that you're a man with money who knows how to give, whose time is valuable. You know why a lot of these people don't donate? Because their time isn't valuable. They're just sitting there with pipes of Mountain Dew injected into their nose watching this video. So it doesn't make any sense to make a donation. Now, Duk Tran Min. I could be hallucinating, but you're saying we attach to both good and bad. Some attachments, like doing good, have merit, but attachment itself is the root of suffering. Time dilation. Are you guys experiencing that time dilation? Y'all are giving me a headache. I want to go back to Dobby. This guy rocks, Zabi.
It feels like this needs to be put in order. This needs to be put right. Nothing needs to be put right. Nothing's out of place. It's clear that no one's saying these words. These words are just what's appearing from nothing, like everything else. It's just nothing. Nothing. Nothing, not as a thing. No thing. This is not.
Now, what you do in this situation, and we're doing that in a certain way together. You go up to Zabi with his big old nose and his little chain there, and you grab his nose and you say, "What's this? What's this?" And then you see, is he equanimity? He says, "It's nothing, bud." You say, "All right, Zabi, you got me. Call the police. I'll go to jail."
This is empty. This is spaciousness. This is aliveness. This is what's happening. There is only what's happening.
Zombie's on fire.
Thank you. It's so funny. Oh, man.
It's remarkable. I once said it's remarkable to
Come on, everybody. Let's get the W's in the chat for our guy, Iron Man Jack. We love Iron Man Jack around here. He's an old friend of the show. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. Come on. Cheap Bastards is right. $5 when I've been watching you for hours and hours and hours and hours. You're right, Iron Man Jack. Who do these people think they are? Now you move that decimal point over 1. You make that a $50 donation. I got something very special planned for you. You see when you're ready to do it, and you're going to be surprised what I send your way, all right? Come on, everybody, you lazy bastards. Let's get the W's in the chat. We got Zabi on deck. We got Iron Man Jack preparing to make a $50 donation. We got secret attainments and transmissions being shared. Let's get the movement here. Say it with me. He is the Eckhart Tolle of our generation. Say it with me. He is the Eckhart Tolle of our generation. And honestly, and maybe I do this just to protect myself, if you take this guy seriously, ain't nobody in the world that can blame me. They're going to blame you. This guy's a freak. You open up a lawsuit, you say, look, I made all these donations to this guy. He was tricking me. He was saying he's a religious person, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to clip some of these live streams. I'm going to go to that courtroom and I'm going to say, Judge, I want you to see what my mental state was at this time. If anything, this woman, this man should be prosecuted and institutionalized for believing that that was a reasonable person to make a donation to. That's the game plan after Kai signs over his power of attorney to me and wants to get back the colonial property in Hawaii. Good job, Sonia. Zabi's juicing me up.
Yeah.
not even one.
Not even.
That's still, it's kind of giving it some kind of meaning on someone.
This is the problem. You're listening to people. Someone says, well, wait. I'm not going to listen to you. I thought everything was nothing. I thought everything's just energy. I thought it was nothing apparent as nothing. And now you're listening to the guy. Come on, everybody, donate. This is the opening. This is the opening. This is the rapture we've been talking about. I'm opening up a rift. Come on, everybody, throw your money into it. So, anyways, I know some people here don't have any background with any of this Buddhism or spirituality stuff or non-duality stuff. All you need to know is it's good to give. It's good to be good. If you want to feel good, you should be good. Cut out all the toxicity. Cut out all the nasty stuff. Everybody, we have just experienced a conversion. We have just experienced a revival. Let's get big W's in the chat, everybody. May this donation bring a wave of donations. May this donation bring a wave of donations. May this donation bring a wave of donations. I'm starting to feel like a true digital nomad spiritual teacher. I'm starting to feel like I'm ready to join my multi-marketing scheme level brothers and sisters selling Chinese products to American citizens, living in Bali at the internet cafe, as a true digital nomad, as a true spiritual influencer. We've done it. Let's give a round of applause for our dear friend of the community, Miss M, very close spiritual friend and supporter of mine. Sonia, you're next. This is the breakthrough movement. This is it. Didn't I say it? Didn't I say it? The rapture is coming. What is this if not a rapture? What is this if not a rapture of generosity? Considerate, careful, open, non-seeking, non-desiring, full of levity, full of playfulness, full of open-heartedness and open-mindedness. And listen, I want to make this clear, dear friends. The woman who said she donated me $5 and she only has $10 in the bank and now she can't get to work, I'm here for you. Anybody, you don't have money to buy a double cheeseburger at McDonald's, you don't have money to put $5 in your gas tank to get to work, you send me a message and I'll send that to you. Because I'm not going to have my students and my devotees and my followers and my supporters dealing with anonymous people. But if you need help, if you need support, I'm here to do it. I'm here to support you. You send me a message on WhatsApp, you send me an email, you say, Dr. Rob, I like what you do. I don't have any money for the gas station. What are you talking about? I'm right there with you. But when you reach out and you say, Dr. Rob, I need $10 for to go to my school dance, and then I say, all right, I'm going to call you on WhatsApp, and then you say, no, I can't call. I can't use my voice. I can't use video. I'm going to say, what's going on here? We meet generosity with generosity. That's it. You don't. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to donate. Maybe I'll process a refund for that strange woman. All right, here we go. Let's get back to Zabi. I'm getting juiced up.
Not that it's wrong, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just this.
And this is Zabi.
Hi. Could someone in the comments let me know if they can actually hear me? Okay? Because my phone's sitting on the table. Just give me a yeah or something.
I like this guy.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Living life already? I think I know who you are. I think I see something. Thank you guys. Dead of the night.
And he's gone. Well, yeah, I'm here to support you. Let me know if there's anything that you need. What a donation that is. I'm here to support you. Let me know if there's anything that you need. Then we go to our gardens, we go to our work, we go to relax and watch TikTok. The same people that sold you TikTok are the people and forced your children into an indoctrination, military, prison, industrial, school education system are the same people that's saying that there's a problem with TikTok. There's a problem with you, with I, with self, with identity, with being lost in non-complicated practical thinking. Don't make judgments about anybody. Just as much as you see someone, as much as you hear someone, as much as you feel someone, you let that go. Okay? Not time-based. This isn't a time-based situation. You also have to be willing to receive help, to be willing to receive support. There's nothing wrong with being supported, but you have to be willing to receive support, willing to receive help. If someone says, try this instead of try that, and you're calling them and you're talking to them for an hour and a half, and they say, okay, well maybe try this and try not doing that, and then you don't do that, you weren't really there to receive help. You weren't really open and willing and able to receive help. All you were doing was, how can I potentiate my ego? How can I keep flooding my ego? All right, let's all try to hold our breaths, okay? Let's see who can hold their breath the longest. So we're going to start the breath holding competition. All right, we're going to count down 3, 2, 1, right? I'm going to use the sign language. We're all going to hold our breaths. And when you are not able to hold your breath anymore, put an emoji in the chat and we're going to see who wins, all right? You ready? Okay, ready? I should have cheated. I think Rocco won. Says he's an ultra marathon runner, so he can probably hold his breath for a real long time. And Sean too, huh? Well, sometimes the real win are the losses that we made along the way. Right? Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the way that it is? Sometimes the real win is the losses that we made along the way. Because our losses are what has given us access to success in this way. Whatever kind of success that you have. Now, I want to be clear about this because I think a lot of people are kind of cheating in our donation scheme here. And I don't want any cheaters. Just because you don't have the money to donate, who even cares if it has anything to do with money? If you're here, you're participating, you're listening deeply, you're trying to join along, you're following along, please. You write me a letter, you write me a message, you share your understanding, you share your experience about what's going on here, about what benefits you're getting, about what you don't understand. If you're in a position of confusion, let's say, for example, we had somebody who was following for a lot, had spent hours and hours and hours watching, right? And then I say something that confused them or upset them or offended them, or they got confused about something, right? Well, if that person is skillful in generosity, then they can reach out. They could, let's say, reach out to me and write me a little bit of a letter, let me know what was going on, if they're practicing seriously, and then I can adjust or address. So please give me the opportunity to be a better teacher. Okay? And Kai, when you send me a little bit of a letter over there, send me over the documents for power of attorney as well. All right? It is what it is. We're all flawed. That recognition is the recognition of the Dharma. They say enlightenment is one mistake after another. Isn't that what they say? Nobody decides who gets to teach. If saying that there's somebody who gets to decide who gets to teach in the realm of Buddhism or Dharma or Sangha is like going back 2,601 years ago to Siddhartha Gautama and his little sadhu friends sitting by the fire and not starving themselves, right? And then when the Buddha got enlightened, instead of them actually being open and receptive and perceptive to what the Buddha had to say, they asked, "Who gave you permission to teach?" Nobody gives anyone permission to teach. It's just that there's institutions and there's establishments. You could have a multi-million-dollar organization that was run by conservative white Buddhist men who convinced themselves that they were enlightened. And they're very conservative and traditional. Maybe they're even academic. But let's say that they're not enlightened. It's very easy to be not enlightened or to not be in the stream, right? So not in authority to teach in that way. But they think that they are.
And because they have a bunch of money, and because they're very conservative, because they're very like that, they've created a Dharma institution that stands tall, and that's established and must be right because it appears to be right. So the Dharma isn't in appearances, just like wisdom isn't in appearances. And this is also called true fairness. True fairness is deep listening and deep sharing. True fairness is not locked into appearances and expectations and judgments about who somebody's supposed to be. But I thought, nobody cares what you thought. But I knew, nobody cares what you knew. The Dharma doesn't care about your opinions, period. The truth doesn't care about what you have to, just like an institution, just like Buddhist monasticism. There's this guy Tree Tao. There's this guy Tree Tao that's a really famous kind of influencer monk on TikTok. He's not that famous, but he's got a lot of followers and he's had a lot of reach and he's had a lot of big moments of fame. And there's been, controversy that he's not a real monk and, that he had mental health issues, that he had a criminal past and things like that. Anyway, pretty convincing stuff about him being not a real monk or whatever. And there's been these people or groups of people that have been trying to go around and kind of somehow get him to get in trouble for being a monk. Or to say that he's not, to call TikTok and say, hey, he's not allowed to be a monk. Or to call some Buddhist, call Ajahn Brahm or call Thich Nhat Hanh or call Bhante Sudasso or something and say, hey, this guy's not supposed to be a monk. And that's not how life works. Nobody gives a fuck what you think about somebody. It's got nothing to do with the Dharma. So it's very freeing in that way, that we don't have to be so bound up in our opinions and our views about others, because our opinions and views about others don't really matter. Your belief in a self and your belief in self-based narratives and your kind of righteous wrath and righteous anger and righteous ill will, because ill will is not about if you think it's a good or bad thing or not. It's about if your intention is to disrupt or bring negativity to the life that someone else is living. That's their life. That's ill will. Not about if you think it's ill or not. When did the Buddha teach righteous anger? When did the Buddha teach righteously trying to get involved to interfere with the way that someone else is living their life? I'm not endorsing anybody or saying that you can or can't do things. I'm just saying it's not dharmic. So Patujanas should keep their brown noses out of other people's asses. And when a Patujana goes around sniffing shit and trying to point out everybody else's faults, the only thing that they need is to get hit on the head with a book and told to get back to the cushion. Period. And maybe, if they're lucky, to get snipped. Bitch-ass Patujanas. Many people here probably don't know what Patujana means, but it's just an unenlightened person or someone who doesn't have true insight versus someone who has true insight. But really that distinction is kind of just a teaching tool. So sometimes a Patujana could be a very sincere devotee and practitioner and someone to look up to more for your everyday average person than this somewhat enlightened person who's kind of an asshole. You know what I mean? This is not about your feelings. It's just like if you go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat. Nobody cares what you think or what you have to say about it. And what you're probably going to experience is how crazy you are. Meeting the Dharma is not you meeting how righteously Buddhist you are and how you get to go around judging other people. Meeting the Dharma is realizing how much of a fucking lunatic you are. and how quick you are to anger, and how quick you are to greed, and how quick you are to delusion, so that you take refuge in a teacher. We have someone like Noah comes along and they say the projection is real. But Noah, you're a nobody. You haven't taken the path seriously. You haven't trained with anybody. You haven't attended meditation retreats. You're not in the conversation, buddy. And once again, it is the view of a Patujana. It is the view of real duality, real self and real other. And this is something that you'll have to work through by taking refuge in a teacher. And taking responsibility for how crazy you are to be watching somebody for hours and hours and hours and then think that you're somehow standing above them looking down on them. Get the fuck out of here, dummy. This is my house. This is my meditation center. This is my Vietnam. I'm the king of Vietnam. I'm the leader of the country. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then these people want to, because their nose and their face is covered in shit, they want everybody to see it. Oh, bye-bye. As if your random, anonymous, dummy opinion about what's going on here has any relevance to what's going on here just because you want it to. The only relevance that your just nonsense opinion that you're spouting out there has to do with what's going on here is that you want it to have relevance. It's your desire for that bullshit opinion to have relevance. That's the only relevance that's there. The same with rage baiters or trolls. I rage baited. No, you didn't. I'm a meditation master. Bing, bang, boom. But I rage baited him. I rage. So they're fake trolls, they're pretender trolls, they're putting out low-tier memes, and they're pretending that they think that they're high-tier memes when they know that this is a high-tier meme that they don't understand, and the best that they can do is try to make little noises, make little sounds, and then pat themselves on the back. Ninja, if you want to support, make a donation, brother. We're done with the sentiments and prayers, okay? We've gone beyond the sentiments and prayers. I'm autistic, you're autistic, everybody's autistic. You want to make a donation? Focus on your breath and bring your attention back into your body and practice meditation. And tell me what happens when you do that. I will drink until the river is dry. I will take until you're on the streets begging for mercy. Then I'll ask you for a $5 bill. Then I'll ask for your thoughts about what's going on. Then I'll give you the meditation instruction. Then I'll give you the tantric transmission. I will take and take and take until every last drop of water from your body is gone. Is that understood? Is that heard? All right, Elma, would you like to try practice with me? We're going to sing a little bit of a song. This song starts like this. Breathing in. You got it, Morgan. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Again, breathe. Hey, we'll make an album, but somebody's got to set up the studio time and set up the mixer and make it happen. I'm ready to do it. These vocals are ready. Okay, here we go. Second verse. Breathing in, breathing out. Come on, Melissa, sing with me. Breathing in, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real. What is true? What is true? What's the next line? Can't stop till you feel the beat. Come on, can't stop till you feel the beat. Can't stop till you feel the beat. Come on, can't stop till you feel the beat. Come on, I'm teaching Dzogchen this morning. Come on, I'm teaching the secret teachings. Come on, they call me the treasure fire tuku. Come on, come on, come on, let's bring the Dzogchen alive. Guru Padma Sambhava, been calling for you in the astral realm. I want attainments, transmissions, and all kinds of cities. Guru Padma Sambhava, been waiting for you in the astral realm. Come take me, come teach me, come help me out. Gayo Imayana Ayamayana Maheo Ayamane Ayo Abayone Ayawo Emeana Ayo Anaya Ayo Ameo Ayo Amaya Vanessa, bye-bye. Ooh. So, dear friends, taking off the wig after about 8 hours of live streaming this morning here in Vietnam, I'd like to offer a deep, bald bow to this community, to everybody who's here. I know that we may know each other more or less, but I have a lot of gratitude for your openness, for your curiosity, and your presence is an inspiration to me. Please try and please continue to challenge me and to really be generous in this way of giving your deep thoughts, your deep experience, your deep understanding, so that we can explore and talk about that. I know that sometimes I can get quite wet and wild, quite rough and tough, but I am very much open to just being. And I hope that that can be conveyed and shared through our live streams together. So thank you everyone so much. See you again soon. And please consider to leave a like, to subscribe, to leave a comment on the new video of visiting the largest Tibetan prayer wheel in the world, recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records. Thank you all, and see you soon.